So Wednesday morning in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
A manageable 46 and drizzly right now, but much like Tommy's mom, the rest of the day going down, down, down. We'll be bottoming out, at least for the day and the evening, around the low 40s.
Okay.
Still not bad for March 6th. And the good news is...
What's the good news?
Friday, we'll be back diddling 60 again. Friday
Okay.
evening should be a beautiful night.
Nice.
Can we talk about what you expect around our area?
For what?
Okay, so on Saturday, I'm going to be at the Boot Barn in Henrietta. It's next to a Value City Furniture, Pure Hockey Plaza over there, Highland Drive. Yeah, big event going on there. I'll be there from 11 to 1. They're going to have like entertainment, food trucks, work gear giveaways, all that kind of stuff. And I'd never been to this place before. It opened recently, even though it's like around the corner from my house. So Monday, I went out to go like meet some of the people that work at the place.
Booters.
And, yeah. The place is massive.
Oh, it's a boot barn.
Well, okay.
And all boot-related products.
Well, see, that's just it. It's not just boots, Tommy. And I swear to God, I'm not doing an advertisement for Boot Barn right now. I'm getting to something. They have a bunch of workwear, which I put a video up of wearing all of the workwear. First time in my life I've ever worn something to do work.
Yes.
But as I'm walking around the store, I notice they have rows and rows and rows of cowboy boots.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Like that you can buy off the rack.
That's kind of what I figured would be there.
Okay. Yeah, they also have like a ton, like rows and rows and rows of work boots.
Yeah, like work boots.
The work boots I expected because like there are lots of folks that have blue collar jobs in Rochester. Why? What do they sell? Are they going to sell that many cowboy boots in Rochester, New York?
I think you'd be surprised.
I don't see many guys wearing cowboy boots. The only one I knew that wore cowboy boots, and he wore them forever, was Kano.
Okay. We also know another comic friend of ours who wore nothing but cowboy boots.
But that's it.
Because I feel like there's cowboy boots for fashion guy, and then there's cowboy boots for work purposes guy.
But you never see them out.
And
well, of course you wouldn't in Pittsford.
Why?
How many people are walking around in cowboy boots in Pittsford?
More of those people probably riding on horses than anybody in the area.
You don't have to go too far outside of Rochester to see cowboy boots.
Did you hear the catty thing he just said?
I know.
More people in Pittsburgh
Very
riding horses.
equestrian.
Anybody?
We have 3 different riding clubs.
Shut up. To Kimmy's point,
All right.
you and I, are not in a lot of places where
but you'd see them.
Well,
People
I've
walking
seen them.
around. To your point, like who's buying all these cowboy boots? Like if you have a warehouse basically where it sells a lot of cowboy boots, and we don't see anybody wearing them, who's buying them?
Again, I don't think you'd run in circles where you'd see cowboy boots.
I would say, where would I find cowboy boots?
So, for instance, like when my husband was going through his firefighters academy, I remember like meeting a lot of those guys that were going through it with him. I would say there were at least 5 that had cowboy boots on.
Oh.
So what did they do for a living?
The one kid I think was from like Bergen or something. I don't know.
Did you ask what the guys in the fire academy did for a living?
Well, before
they
he
were
was
firemen.
asking.
Oh, I see.
I'm not sure what
following
exactly
her
they
story.
did.
I met him at the firehouse. What did he do for a living, though? Was he selling insurance there to the firefighters?
But I remember like he was wearing cowboy boots, and I thought that was.
Well, I get like out in the country, but like some of these cowboy boots are probably pretty fashionable. I'm guessing. Like they're not cheap.
They're not cheap. No matter what you're using them for, they're definitely not
like
cheap.
those ones Kano wore were like $300 to $500.
So I don't know. I didn't look at a price tag. I'm not sure exactly what the price point
Tony
is.
Lamas?
Wasn't he on Renegade in the 90s?
Yeah, and he looked great in cowboy boots. And he wore his own cowboy boots.
I mean, we already got people writing us. Eric writes us on Instagram, cowboy boots are for lazy workers like me that don't want to tie our shoes. Maybe, just maybe, Tommy, because we are so in our own world, we are underestimating the amount of men in upstate New York that are wearing cowboy boots.
Okay, so we worked down the hall from the country station.
Yes.
And the kid that used to work down there was about as country as it got. Jeremy Newman.
Yeah.
That kid was straight up country, hunting and fishing and church.
Yeah.
I don't remember him in cowboy
boots.
I remember him being in sneakers and work boots, but not cowboy boots.
Somebody tweeted us, go to Wayne County. They're everywhere.
Well, yeah, no kidding.
No, but
I'll wait to see
But
City
those people
Booter.
would go to Boot Barn to buy. I mean, it's not like it's that far.
I'm wondering, are the hipsters starting to wear the cowboy boots?
Okay, if you haven't seen them and all you do is hang out
I
with
don't
hipsters.
hang out with hipsters.
Oh, you hang out with more hipsters
He's
than you do
fighting
booters.
this so hard.
Why? I mean, I ask a simple question, and you get like offended by the idea that you don't hang in circles.
I don't see
circles.
no damn boots.
You wouldn't look at your shoes. You look like Paddington Bear, and you're gonna argue that because you don't see cowboy boots.
The guy down the hall right now, he ain't got no cowboy boots.
Are you sure? You ever looked at his feet?
Yeah, he's wearing sneakers.
How do you know?
I see him walking
You
around.
ain't looking at his feet this morning. That's a booted foot.
And he's driving a truck, and he got no goddamn cowboy boot, and he's playing cowboy music.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As I'm at Boot Barn on Monday, preparing for my appearance this Saturday, again, come hang out 11 to 1. If you're looking to buy cowboy boots, they got a whole bunch
you'll hear him
of
coming
them.
a mile away, clomping down the street.
Are there a significant population of men that are wearing cowboy boots? Because there's two
Non-cowboy.
There's two big segments that we haven't even talked about yet.
Who?
Well, one, there is a very popular bar in Henrietta, country bar called Nashville's. That place seems to be crowded every single night. Kimmy, folks love dressing up like cowboys.
I'm sure that's full of cowboy boots on a Friday night.
Yeah.
And going even further, every country show at CMAC, and we've talked about this on the show before, right? Like you'll see nurse practitioners from Fairport.
Oh, yeah, the girls will wear the cowboy boots.
And guys do the same thing. They'll dress like, they'll shave a mullet into their head, shave everything but their mustache, wear like a cut-off flannel shirt and jeans, and then go get their cowboy boots. Like if you're selling 10,000 seats to CMAC, is it out of the question that 3,000 of those guys have cowboy boots? Is it out of the question?
I'd be shocked.
My husband had a pair of cowboy boots now that I'm thinking about it.
There you go.
But he did not, I don't know. He may have worn them one time before he ended up giving them to one of his coworkers.
Okay.
But he did own a pair.
Why, though?
He was in Austin once, and he got like wrapped up in the scene, I think.
Wait, he took a trip about
and
cowboy
he came
boots?
home with cowboy boots.
That's a Seinfeld episode when he couldn't walk in them. Where you going, cowboy?
It was fun. I was like, where are you going to wear those? I'm going to wear them. And then... they just kind of collected dust for a while.
Well, and that's the problem with cowboy boots, I think.
Yeah.
What's that?
If you're not an everyday cowboy boot wearer, and you're not going to an obvious cowboy boot event like a rodeo or a country show or Nashville's, you can't all of a sudden throw cowboy boots on and nobody's going to be like, what the hell are you doing? Like if tomorrow I showed up in a pair of cowboy boots, not going to country shows, having never worn cowboy boots before, it would be weird.
It would look weird.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. Okay, that being said, with this discussion that we're having, Kimmy's husband having cowboy boots, more guys than we realized wearing cowboy boots, should every man own a pair of cowboy boots?
For what?
For wearing?
Wearing
Roping,
when?
riding, steering?
When would I put on a pair? When would you or I put on a pair of cowboy boots? What function would we be going to in our normal routine?
Yeah, like would you even know how to
Zero.
wear them?
What do you
You
mean?
can't.
You put them on.
Because you can't put the little skinny jeans on and put your cowboy
You
boots
gotta have
in.
the right jeans.
Because you have to
Cowboy- no,
tuck. No, you can't
Boot cut.
tuck your jeans into your boots.
Oh, no, I've
unless
seen-
you want your ass kicked.
I have seen people do that. It
You're
does
gonna
look
tell
funny.
me-
though.
That's a message, and them
In your-
boys don't play.
Your penny loafers, I can't tuck my skinny jeans into my cowboy
You look
boots.
like a damn fool.
By the way, you can't tuck your skinny jeans into your cowboy boots is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. How's that one go?
You can't tuck them jeans into them boots, son. You're going to get your ass kicked.
No, I'm not opposed to cowboy boots, and if I can get away with it, I think I may throw a pair of cowboy boots on.
Also, they look hard to walk in.
I think like because
they have a heel to 'em.
Learn how to walk in them.
They have like a, bro,
You're wearing a heel right now.
they got a normal
No,
loafer heel.
if you're watching the live stream, you have a 3-inch heel.
That's
on.
not a
That is a
3
3-inch heel, bro.
Well, maybe that's 3 inches in your house.
Bro, you look like RuPaul with your platform shoes on. And I understand only 20% of people listening got that joke, but they laughed hard. I mean, look, how do you know that we wouldn't? And I would assume that boot technology has come much farther than when you were talking cowboy boots back in the day. Maybe they're like.
I mean, they're still designed to ride horses. That's what they made them for.
Yo, I understand, bro.
They're not really made for walking. Like, if you're just
Wait,
going
that's
to
not
put
what the song says.
No, that's a different boot. That's
Oh,
a
is it?
go-go boot.
Okay.
Maybe you're more of a go-go boot kind of guy.
Look again. I've seen you wear go-go boots.
I don't have go-go
You have multiple pair of
What,
go-go
like the
boots.
discotheque in the 70s would name it?
I said, like, go to another shoe store and buy a pair of shoes that aren't so stupid. Stupid.
Man, how to get Tommy fired up in the morning? Talk about footwear.
Seriously, Kimmy, where the hell did this
Well,
come
you know,
from?
I'm a big shoe guy.
I know you are.
And a
I know.
big sock.
You're
I'm
fighting.
big-
You're fighting this one hard,
I'm a
passionately.
big sock and shoe guy.
Look, if we do this together, we can't both be
Do
made
this
fun
together?
of. No, like, why don't we both get a pair of cowboy boots and just see how it feels?
What are we forming a singing group?
a country doo-wop. No, like, I mean, you're not a little bit curious how you look at a pair of cowboy boots?
No.
You lie.
I
You
am
lie, Mr.
surprised that like
Fashion.
you don't have something that resembles cowboy boot. Like maybe it's not a traditional cowboy boot, but like fashionably that like
I mean, I own boots, but they're like, you know.
Yeah. But that's what I'm
Sissy.
saying. You have a range of of boots.
I have Sissy Euro boots.
Well, no, the boots he wears are kind of Old West. Like it's what the saloon
that's
girls
what
used to wear. Come on over here, cowboy.
So you play the piano?
252 WCMF, Boot Barn. I'm going to be there from 11 to 1 on Saturday, but I went out to go meet the folks who run the place on Monday, and along with all their workwear, they have like a massive selection of cowboy boots. And I was wondering, like, are more men in the greater Rochester area wearing cowboy boots than we thought? Let's talk to Colleen. Hey, Colleen, you're on CMF.
Hi, good morning.
Hey.
I went to the Boot Barn about maybe a month or so ago.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful stuff. They really have nice stuff, but when I walked in, I was like, wow, that's a lot of cowboy boots.
Right, same thing. It was like a ton of cowboy boots.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do good around here. I mean, I wish them the best, but I really don't think they're going to do all that good around here.
Well, I mean, like they have a massive selection of Carhartt and all that stuff, like the workwear stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So, and when I was in there, it was a bunch of folks buying this. Then again, I was in there at 10 o'clock in the morning, so I don't know how many guys are doing their boot shopping at 10 a.m. Colleen, do you have any man in your life that wears cowboy boots?
No.
No.
And actually, he was checking them out, but he just doesn't. He's not a cowboy boot guy.
Not a boot
He's more
boy?
He's a work boot.
Okay. All right, but here's the thing. He was checking them out. You know how that goes, Tommy. Like, let me take a look at these. Yeah, not today. And then all of a sudden, it's in the back of your head.
He's going to go back and buy it.
You're good. He's coming home, Colleen.
Maybe that's the hook. It's the shoe you didn't know you wanted. Like, you'll go in there for your work boots, and then you'll see a pair of dress cowboy boots, and you'll buy them.
Impulse buy.
Yeah.
Colleen, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
you too.
Bye-bye. That guy's getting boots.
Oh, yeah.
Because, look, man, I have no connection to the cowboy world at all. You know me. I ain't country.
Yeah.
I was looking at the boots, and I was like, wow, that's a lot of boots. And I kept walking by like, oh, that's a pretty intricate pair of boots.
So
there.
why don't you put on a pair
Okay.
See
when you're
how you
down there
feel.
for your event on Saturday at 11?
Yeah.
Take a picture of you. Take a little video of you walk around in cowboy boots.
No, because you're just going to be like,
No, I'm not going to make fun. I'm interested. I might go down there and purchase some, too.
You'll do nothing but emojis because you're illiterate in the comments underneath, like cryy face, martini glass, thumbs down, tongue out, face. Like, I mean, Kimmy, are cowboy boots now at the point where you wouldn't even notice a guy wearing cowboy boots just walking around?
I think I'd still notice.
Oh, how would you not?
Yeah, I mean, it's still not. I mean, it's still unique, I guess.
I don't know, like when Kano wore them in here, we didn't kill Kano for wearing cowboy boots.
But I think you got
Say
used.
that 5 times fast.
But I think you got used to Kano wearing cowboy
But I've known
boots.
Kano wearing cowboy boots for 30 years.
It sounds like a children's book. Kano wearing cowboy boots.
And he had, like, multicolored ones. He had black ones. He had red ones. Like,
Yeah, he had boots of many colors.
he did. I mean, for a Jewish disc jockey, he owned a lot of cowboy boots. I gotta say, I wouldn't think,
All right. Well, again, I'll be hanging out at Boot Barn. If you want to see this massive selection of
can't
cowboy
wait.
boots, and maybe go by, touch them, and just see how it feels on you.
You're gonna see some fancy ass boots.
I'm going to get a better look at the boot because I'm there for 2 hours. I can look at every individual pair of boots.
Yeah.
By the way, not only, like I said, I'll be there from 11 to 1. They got their community work event, experts from top work brands, on-site demos, product talk, stuff like that. And there's a ton of stuff to do. You ready for this?
Yeah.
So there's live entertainment. Food truck's going to be there. They're going to have an axe throwing truck.
Wait.
They're going to have a mechanical bull.
Oh my God, your mom's there?
And they're going to have a beer tasting.
Damn.
So have some beers and throw
It's
some
like a
axes.
festival.
Bro, I'm standing there. They're telling me all this stuff, and I'm like, I know I'm working here, but this is gonna be fun.
I hope there's separation between the axe and the beer.
I'll keep you posted.
All right.
Well, look, I'm not gonna be paying attention. I'll be trying on cowboy boots for 2 hours. So we'll see you Saturday at Boot Barn, next to Value City Furniture on Highland Drive. Just look for the cowboy boots.
They're gonna have one of the big inflatable boots out front. They got to.
That's what I'm gonna do. Take a picture with the big ass inflatable.
Look at
boot.
that.
All right, we got a dynamite try them boots on, son.
Mm-hmm.
Got a breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're gonna get a little hate going on.
I think for the first time in break room history, we have back-to-back lady hate.
Wow.
Okay.
Is that possible? That's
Ladies
the first
be
time?
hating, bro. They're
Back to
coming
back,
up.
maybe. It might be first.
This discussion talked about desperation. Your check isn't going to make it to the end of the week. You got to make dinner for the family.
Ooh, what do you do?
You need something cheap, whatever's in the pantry, whatever's in the fridge. And we all have those broke-ass dinner recipes, right, that we grew up with that are our go-tos, right? Desperation, Tommy. One thing is for sure, though. When you talk about being a kid or having kids or having a family,
Yeah.
there will always be a parent that hears what you say and judges the hell out of you. And that woman has showed up with a letter today.
Really?
And we'll get into it. Hey, Mail of the Week just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What's that?
There's going to be a change on SUNY campuses, specifically their dining halls.
Are they cutting back?
Well, no.
Oh.
Well, they are getting rid of something, and it's for the betterment of the environment. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Care about the environment or not, as these things start to go away in New York State, it is better for each and every person, and it has nothing to do with how our planet looks 50 years from now.
Oh.
I'll explain everything
Okay.
next to the break room on CMF. There's going to be a change on SUNY campuses in the upcoming months.
Ooh, what's the change?
Well, here's the thing. They're doing it for the betterment of the planet.
Good.
And that's all well and good, fine, but that doesn't matter. Because the fact that they're getting rid of these specific things forever means there could be a wave coming where everyone gets rid of these specific things. And a world without these is a better world for everybody.
Oh, all right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. Bills fans love spending money on things Bills players produce.
Oh, okay.
You got like your Josh Jacks, right? Your hot sauces and blue cheeses
He's
and
also
rubs.
I forgot. He's also got a line of coffee.
Yes, he does. The JA-17
Yes.
coffee pod. But now
What do they got now?
you can dress like one of the most fashionable Buffalo Bills.
Oh.
That is, if you got the room on your credit card, son.
And if you got the balls to wear some of that stuff. Some of that stuff is outrageous.
If there's one person in this room that could pull it off.
Yeah,
We'll get to
you've
it.
been influenced before.
Yeah.
Well, and you love this guy.
Oh, okay.
We'll get to it because after 9:45 here in the break, or excuse me, 6:45. I'm sorry, here in the break room on CMF. It was announced yesterday
What'd
that
they say?
SUNY college campuses over the next couple of months will be getting rid of plastic one-use things in their cafeteria. For example, plastic silverware, bottles, containers, plastic wrap. If you chuck it when you're done with it using it one time and it's made of plastic, it will no longer be in SUNY campus cafeterias.
So they're replacing everything with like standard like plates and silverware?
That's what it sounds like.
That sounds super expensive.
It does.
I guess it would kind of be like a buffet style, because like when you go to like a
Yeah.
buffet, you grab all the that you just throw it in a bin or something
There
at the
you
end
go.
of the day.
And you got to think it gets to a point if you're spending X amount on plastic silverware that it ends up benefiting you having the stuff that stays around for a while.
True.
Now, the reason they're doing this, it's all about the environment. The plastic one-use stuff is bad for the environment. But past that reason, this is something we should all be excited about. One specific thing that is going away on SUNY campuses.
What's that?
Plastic silverware sucks.
Yeah, depending on what you're eating. If you're eating something, sometimes it just snaps on you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work. The knives, Tommy, they don't cut. Like you said, the forks are too flimsy. The spoons are never big enough for what you're trying to spoon.
True. And the worst invention of all was that spork.
Can we talk about sporks?
Like it was just going to harpoon your lip.
Whomever invented the spork should be shot into the sun. Like the idea, let's combine two utensils together that will do the job of neither of them at the same time. Because it's not sharp enough to stick something with the
No.
fork end. And if you're trying to scoop something, it's all falling out of where the holes are in the fork.
There,
part.
there isn't enough spoon in the spork.
Thank you. Thank you. Life is better
True.
with real silverware. And you're actually starting to see this in other places that have gone the route of getting rid of the plastic silverware.
Like what?
There are restaurants that used to have plastic silverware, counter service places that
Yeah.
have switched entirely to regular silverware.
But in to-go orders, you got to have it.
Yeah, I mean, that exists.
I
But
guess
there's
that would be the exception, but
So there's another product now that started showing up that I love more than plastic silverware, and I know folks have seen it, 252 WCMF. It's like plant-based plastic
So
silverware.
what does that mean?
It's made out of plants.
it's like a hardier
But
paper
is it
almost.
just still you throw it away and
You
it just breaks down?
Yeah, it breaks down, I guess. But those forks seem to be a sturdier fork than your
Right.
standard
Somebody
plastic
came
fork.
up with some
So I'm
better
guessing
technology.
all the paper stuff's probably going away.
Yeah, I would assume. So it seems like plastic is what they have their eyes
Yeah.
on here.
So how are you going to have a picnic in the future, like when you want to have a party?
But what are you, the Jetsons? How you going to have a picnic
Well,
in
they
the
have
future?
How are you going to do?
They have
Like,
some decent paper plates you can buy. That
no,
are
but I'm
fine.
wondering if all that stuff's going away.
Well, I
like
don't know.
they're going to phase it out to where if you go on a picnic, you're going to have like plates rattling around in your car.
Okay, I love like you are so Pittsburgh.
And when are you going on a picnic?
I like the option.
Okay.
He is always dressed like he's going on a picnic.
Well, think about you and your Bills stuff, right?
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah.
tailgate. It's all you want to throw that stuff out. You don't want to be like washing forks.
I bring
and-
real forks and knives.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why?
If I'm doing steak, if we cook steak, I can't cut a steak with a fake knife. It's a fake
Look at
knife,
you staking up.
bro. Like it's a necessary.
But
thing.
I'm
Or you
guessing
pick
like a
food
lot of
where you don't need the silverware.
Yeah.
That too.
Alright.
Yeah. Easier handheld stuff.
No, but even like if we do like burgers and potato salad, I'll bring real forks because I'm not eating my.
But then you gotta. Here's what I hate though.
Oh, please.
I love just tossing it. I have to wash it.
Okay.
Because I never understood the theory. Like, let's say, all right, so the school is now gonna you're gonna wash all your silverware.
Yeah.
So it's terrible to throw all this stuff into a landfill, but you're gonna use how many thousands of gallons of water a year to wash all that?
But can't you treat the water and reuse it again?
I don't know.
Isn't that what a water treatment plant is for?
I guess. I always thought, like...
Would you think they were giving water psychological counseling over there?
But you're using
Well,
fresh
see-
water.
That can eventually
It's the
become water
same
again.
way a restaurant would, right? With their
It just seems like you're
silverware.
wasting water.
Did that not occur to you that the water treatment
But
plant?
how many times can you treat it before it's just like you can't do it? Like, what's sewage?
Well, what do you mean? They treat sewage.
All right.
And then, like, eventually everything gets, like, brought back up and rained down again, and that becomes a
All right.
water reuse.
All right.
It just gets treated at the water treatment facility.
It just seems like we're running out of water.
Is that what it seems like?
There's places around the country run out of... You know Mexico City's running out of water?
Get out of here.
You can't... Think about this, wise guy.
What's that?
Think about Mexico, right?
Yeah.
You can't get any good cheese in Mexico, and it ain't no goddamn water.
There is literally cheese on everything in Mexico.
No, there ain't.
No, I think that's an
no.
American thing.
When you go to Mexico and
Shut
eat
up.
on the streets, there ain't no cheese and there ain't no water.
So you're saying there ain't no cheese or water in China? Or in Mexico?
There ain't no cheese in that chimichanga.
I'm not doing that with you today.
I don't think the water is the problem here.
What's
the
the what?
problem is the amount of students that are going to walk off with that silverware.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
Or it's
Taking
going to end
a
up in the
piece-
trash.
yeah, or in the trash. But I'm thinking more kids are going to be collecting it just to like keep in their dorm or to take home to add to their random silverware collection.
Yeah, but that's why you get the cheapest possible
Yeah,
silverware.
true.
And that brings us to our next point. Again, we're talking about how the SUNY school system announced yesterday they're going to start phasing out one-time use plastic disposable stuff in their cafeterias, bottles, containers, plastic wraps, but specifically they bring up plastic silverware, which is great because plastic silverware sucks and it should be replaced everywhere, not for environmental reasons, but for eating reasons. So like when you think about like the cheap metal forks and spoons,
Yeah.
does everybody have a favorite fork, knife, and spoon in their house?
I think everybody does, yeah.
Okay, good. Because, like, you know, over the years as you live, you collect different kinds of knives and forks and spoons. Like, you get started with the ones that people give you. And then
They're
you
all
do,
mismatched.
Yeah, but then you do a little bit better and you, like, go to Walmart and buy, like, your first...
That's set.
Yeah, and then you do a little bit better and, like, you get, like, a nice set of, like, forks and knives and spoons.
Because we had 3 sets of, like, silverware in our house. There's, like, my wife from years ago, she had, like, the fine stuff that goes out on the holidays.
Yeah.
That's locked away in a drawer.
Okay.
And it only comes out 3 times a year. What?
Christmas?
Well, it's just all holidays.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, you know, the holiday stuff. Then there's the upper good stuff for when people come over to the house.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
And then there's the stuff we use every day.
Daily stuff.
Yeah.
No, but see, here's the thing. The everyday stuff, I won't use that anymore. I
Why?
will use the middle tier
Why?
good fork. Because, I'll tell you why. When I grew up, in our house, we had nothing but busted forks, knives,
Well, you
and
guys ate
spoons.
with your hands a lot.
You actually did. But
That was cereal.
I don't think my parents ever bought silverware. It just appeared in our house for some reason.
Yeah, I'm guessing everything you had was either hand-me-downs or stolen.
Yeah, so, but like, you know, the forks would come out of the dishwasher and then like
Yeah.
the things would be bent each way and like it was frustrating. The knives didn't cut anything,
Yeah.
right? So now that I'm a grown man, I don't ask for a lot, right? I don't have a lot to say in my house. But when we sit down to have dinner at my house, I demand the good fork,
All right.
the good spoon, and the good knife. And
Look
I
at that.
will not eat unless I have the good fork, the good spoon, and the good knife.
Because if you buy that cheap stuff, too, and if you throw it in the dishwasher, around the third wash, it starts to corrode.
Yep. Yeah.
It gets these, like, weird pitted stains on it.
Every pasta I had when I was a kid tasted like rust.
Yeah,
Had that metal taste.
Like, I thought that's what pasta was supposed to taste like.
kind of rusty.
Sauce and rust. What about the good plates? And I'm not talking about like the fine china. I mean the plates that they're not the ones that have like the scratches in them that it's still red from when you had spaghetti on it the last time and it just won't clean off.
So we have 3 sets of those, too.
Okay.
The fine stuff for the holidays, and she bought, like, this fine china way back when she had money.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have, like, nice stuff for when people come over.
Okay.
And we have every day.
See, I know people that have like that fine china that still won't even use it on special occasions.
pretty
almost
rare.
like just for display.
It's a museum piece.
yeah. Yeah, like they're afraid they don't want to take it out. It was like their grandmother's china.
It sleeps
and
away somewhere
it
in
just
the
stays there
house.
forever. Yeah.
Well, but you also have to think about the family members that are coming over. Now, I don't subscribe to the whole fine china thing. Like, I don't care what my plate looks like. I'm not going to see it. I'm eating the food.
But when she sets that table, she wants it to look like Martha Stewart. And here's the other thing: you have to hand wash all of it. None of
Yeah.
it can go in the dishwasher. The silverware has to be polished.
Yeah.
It's like you're living on the Titanic.
No, that's why I'm all about the middle of the road. Good fork, good spoon, good knife.
I will say, like, I don't know. Do people still buy that fine china, or is it just it just keeps getting passed down? Like, I have not been
buying
to. I have not been to a shower in my lifetime, a wedding shower, where somebody asked for fine china.
Because like your generation doesn't do that
I just
stuff.
think
I
I just think
disagree.
people keep pushing it. Like I've had so many family members try to give me like boxes of that kind of stuff.
What are you
going to
use it on? Like
Yeah.
unless you're going to set like this elaborate dinner party.
Yeah.
Who does that anymore? Like
No,
your wife loves to entertain,
Yeah.
right? And she loves to cook, but
Sure.
she's not going to set a table.
No,
like
she
that, is
will,
she?
but she's never paid for the fine china. Like Kimmy said, it's either handed down or
Did she get hand me down? I know she got that machete.
yeah, she did get some stuff handed down. She also will buy it at thrift stores,
Right.
which is that makes me nervous because I'm assuming all of those plates have lead in them.
I'm also thinking too, like, where would you buy it now? Because like it used to be like if you went into Macy's
Mm-hmm.
or like Kaufman's, they always had the upstairs. They had all that fine stuff. It looked like men's jewelers,
Sure.
all that stuff. I don't even know where you would buy that stuff anymore unless you bought it online.
What's that high-end place in Eastview that sells all the kitchen stuff? Williams Sonoma.
Sonoma, but I don't know if they probably sell it back there. But God, you imagine what the whack is on that stuff.
Man. I don't know.
You're gonna buy a water glass for like $70, and you need like 8 of them.
Well, like to your point. When you buy that expensive stuff, it's a commitment. You have to know what you're doing with it, or else your wife's going to flip out.
Yes.
Let's talk to Ben. He's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you,
Good,
buddy.
good.
All right. So years ago, we had this. I didn't even know about this, but we had this plate that had like around the edge, it had silver on it, and I thought it was just silver paint. Didn't think anything of it. I think I had pops or something. Threw it on there, threw it in the microwave, and for like maybe a minute 30.
What happened?
And I went to take it out. It didn't get my tongue, fortunately. It got my hand, and it burned the crap out of my hand. So never going to do that again.
Way to kill the bit, Ben. We ruined the bit.
Sorry, guys.
It wrote itself.
Sorry.
Man, I had sparks flying,
I mean, like,
hitting your mouth,
never going to know, Ben.
on the floor
Never gonna
crying.
know. Hey, let me set up a joke and blow the punchline. Let me do that.
You're having a bad run
Well,
this week, bro. You are
I
going
don't
downhill
remember if I
fast.
licked it or not.
Ben, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day. The show ruiner.
Stock's crapping like Kodak.
All right, let's take a break. I mean, look, you got to spend money on fine china if you want to buy new stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We'll never do that. There's also something else if you want, you're going to have to spend money on because Bills fans love spending money on player-created products.
Yeah.
And yesterday it was announced one of the most popular Bills has a new line of clothing you can purchase
Okay.
if you have the room available on your credit card.
It's got to be major bang. Is this like custom made stuff?
No, it's not custom. Well, he made it himself.
Okay.
He kind of designed
It's his
it.
design.
Yeah, you
All
got it.
So it's unique.
But here's the thing. As much as jaws are going to drop when we talk about this, I'm
Yeah.
telling you, you are going to see some of this stuff in the parking lot this year.
But you're going to look ridiculous.
Are you? Or are you going to look super cool, man? Next to the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. Bills fans love to spend money on things players produce.
Yeah.
We got Josh Jacks, his barbecue sauces. You brought up his coffee. Stefan has his blue cheese.
Yes.
Even long snapper Reed Ferguson has a very successful line of meat rubs called Q42. But this is a new level of commitment for Bills fans.
Okay.
Because the most stylish Buffalo Bill is giving you the opportunity to dress just like him. That is, if you have the room right now on your credit card.
That much, huh?
Oh, my God. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. There is a person who took to Facebook with a scathing criticism of a person in front of them. They needed a product, and the person in front of them bought every single one of those products right before they could get there. And it's created a hell of an argument online. After what happened at a local Tops, and we'll tell you the whole story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Bills wide receiver Stefan Diggs loves fashion.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So you see his outfits walking into games. Those are always interesting. He goes to fashion shows in New York, Paris, Milan.
He was in that ad, too, with Von Miller.
Yeah.
Yep.
Where they're both wearing the same, like, crazy-ass suit.
Yeah, they're not airing that ad anymore for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
after years of Stefan Diggs wearing other people's stuff, he has created his own line of clothing.
So he's got a fashion line.
Yes, it's called Liam Homme
Ooh, sounds fancy.
Steph Diggs.
It's called what?
Liam Homme.
Liam Hole. What's that,
Liam
some French stuff?
Home, yeah, I'm assuming. I don't know.
Right.
Steph Diggs. So it's like big ass T-shirts, some trucker hats, a couple of jackets, some pants, some sweatshirts and sweaters.
So
And
is it through like another designer? Is it like a collaboration?
I don't know because I've never heard of Liam.
Oh, that's like the actual. Okay, gotcha.
Liam.
I don't know.
Homme. Steph Diggs.
All right.
Liam Homme. And if you want to look like Stefan Diggs, you can, but it's going to cost you.
And do you have the balls to wear it?
All right, so put a pin in that.
Because it's going to be loud.
Put a pin in that. The cheapest item you can purchase.
I'm guessing it's the T-shirt.
No, it's the trucker cap.
Okay.
Trucker hat. That will cost you $175.
For a hat?
For a hat made out of half it's made out of mesh.
Like, what's a Yankee cap go for?
50 bucks now? Yeah, $50.
So this is $100 more.
Hear how old man you just
Yankee
sounded?
cap.
You can't even buy a Yankee hat for less than $50. What happened? Where have you gone, Joe DiMaggio?
It's your top hat. But the one that sat on DiMaggio's head probably ate $170.
So the hat that costs $175, it's red and it says Lifetime with the show letters on the front of it.
Wait, Lifetime?
With the show letters.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
So what's the T-shirt?
Okay, so if you
So
want
the hat is what is it?
hat is $175.
So
If you-
let's call it 200 at what time it sits on your head.
If you want a T-shirt with a woman holding a surfboard, and it's like a black and white like photograph, that will cost you $265.
All right.
Sweater for $375. A pair of cargo pants for $1,400.
Oh my God!
Holy
And-
You could get a whole
So
goddamn
this-
suit at Adrian Jules.
So this is a super high-end designer.
Yes.
Then. Yeah.
And the piece of the season.
What's that?
It's called, and I quote, the Running Errands jacket will cost you.
Wait,
a
so
cool,
if the pants are $1,400.
Yep, the jacket.
Can I guess?
Go ahead.
It's over $2,000.
Nope, you overshot it. That's why I didn't want to let you guess. $1,800.
It's
for
still
the-
$2,000 by the time it's on your body.
Yeah, and I don't know what errands you're running in a $2,000 jacket.
Pricey ones.
So the prices for this line they're obscene, and it is, in defense of Stefan Diggs, high fashion stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff you would look really stupid in if you weren't fashion.
It doesn't even sound. It sounds ugly.
If there was one person in this room that was going to wear any of this stuff, it's you. Like I could see you in 3 of these articles. Of
So what do
clothing.
the pants look like?
They're just cargo pants, but like super baggy.
So does the jacket have like a design on it?
No, it's just black. It's a black jacket.
All right. And it's weird. It's like a girl holding a surfboard on a T-shirt.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you Google Stefan Diggs' new line, you
Does
can go
he
check
surf?
it out. I know, bro. Can you stop
It's just
saying
an odd
so many
thing.
old man things?
But it's just an odd thing. I don't think of Stefan Diggs in surfing.
Well, I think it's just a design that he liked.
Yeah,
and
if
he
you're
chose.
buying like the Brian Wilson line
Oh
of
my
like
God.
T-shirts.
Oh my God! You're hitting for the old man cycle right now. Yankee cap $50. The pants are Brian Wilson. Kimmy, who's Brian Wilson?
There are many Brian Wilsons.
No, there's one Brian Wilson.
I'm not sure which one you're referring
Well,
to.
give me one. Give me one. You're Googling.
No, I was looking at Stefan Diggs'
All right.
line.
There's your reference for you. She doesn't know who Brian Wilson is, nor has
Oh
she
my
ever looked in his
God.
sandbox. All right, so here's the thing.
What?
You brought up looking really stupid wearing this high fashion stuff that Stefan Diggs
I thought it was
going to
be a lot louder.
Oh,
like
no,
crazy
well, I
gold
mean,
pants.
It
kind
is
of
pretty loud and
yeah,
obnoxious.
it stands out.
Hey.
Like, no, she's right. Like, if you were to just buy one piece
Yeah.
of, like, article of clothing and wear it with the regular stuff you wear.
Like this has to be your style normally. Like I
Yeah.
would say don't branch out and buy this if you're not used to wearing like that kind of like oversized look.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Huh.
Bills fans love their
Yes,
team.
they do.
Yes,
And they do all they can to support their
But
players.
this may be a bridge too far.
I don't think, Tommy, it's out of the
So
question.
you think there's going to be a guy 45 plus, a little pudgy,
Yeah.
is going to buy him some Stephon Diggs tight T-shirt and jacket.
Maybe the T-shirt and jacket ain't going to fly, but that $175 trucker cap might work
All
for
right,
you.
all right.
Because, Kimmy, you are going to see people in the parking
They'll
lot.
be buying like the cheapest
Yes.
item of clothing out of the line.
Only to say they got an item from Stefan
See,
Diggs fashion
I
line.
am surprised he didn't come up with like a shoe or a sneaker
Why is that?
because that would be more in line with like sports. Like
This
I
is-
could see a guy buying a sneaker that has his logo on it.
This ain't for us. This ain't for Bills fans. In the defense of Stefan
Who else
Diggs,
is buying it? Because
I
nobody
can tell you-
outside of Buffalo cares about Stephon Diggs.
not true.
I can tell you exactly who's going to be buying this stuff. Go to any like higher end restaurant in town on like a Friday or Saturday night,
All right.
and the guy walking out of there in his late 30s,
Yeah, right.
pushing 50, getting into a high end car, will be wearing like that oversized T-shirt or those fancy pants with something that does not match
Yeah,
it,
she's right.
just because it's Stefan. Just to
Right.
tell people that it's from the Stefan Diggs collection.
And in the defense of Stefan Diggs, to answer your question, again, we're talking about Bills wide receiver Stefan Diggs created a clothing line. You know, he's a very fashionable man.
Oh, yeah.
It's called Liam Steph Diggs. The cheapest thing is a $175 trucker hat. It goes all the way up to an $1,800 black jacket called the Aaron Running Jacket. This is not for football fans. This is strictly high fashion. Like, he involves himself in that world, and it feels like, Kimmy, this is one of those things where he's, like, branching out past.
So he wants to be a
Yeah.
designer.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, he's very.
All right.
It seems like that's kind of almost his, off-season hobby is fashion, going to the fashion shows.
But do all these guys do this? Like Joe Burrow's another one that wears like those crazy outfits when he's walking in. Does he have like his own line?
I don't think so, but it took Steph Diggs 8 years in the league to do
Yeah.
something like this.
Yeah.
Like, Tyrod Taylor was the same guy. He goes to fashion shows. He designs stuff
He
himself.
was big with those hats. Remember he had those?
You guys remember the hats?
Well, he had those wide brim hats.
You remember? You guys remember the big old hats?
That Smokey the Bear hat.
Oh, yeah, he did love the Smokey the Bear
Yeah.
hats. So here's the thing. You can never win with athlete design clothing because either it's the most expensive thing you've ever seen or it's total junk. For example,
What do you got?
you guys remember Starberries?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So for those
They
who-
were cheap.
Yes, for those unfamiliar, they sold them at Steve & Barry's, that store that used to exist with all the college stuff. They were designed by NBA star Stephon Marbury. They were $10 each, and the idea was to give kids who have no money a shoe to wear that an athlete wore in the game. And it was a very noble move by
Yeah.
Stephon Marbury. But that stuff was terrible.
It was junk.
I know, because I had multiple pair of them when I was in high school. But then on the other side, you remember former Giants linebacker Carl Banks?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that goes way back.
He designed leather jackets. And those leather jackets cost hundreds to thousands of dollars, but
Yeah.
were very popular in the towns of Gates and Greece in the
Sure.
mid-90s. And they were like loud and obnoxious and crazy. So like there's no middle of the road athlete design
Yeah.
stuff, right? It's either the cheapest stuff ever, like Tony Romo holding up a pair of like starter sneakers that you buy at Kmart, or Stephon Diggs wanting to charge you $1,800 for a jacket. Like the athlete that figures out the middle of the road, middle class quality stuff will be a bajillionaire.
You know
Yeah.
where you kind of get this though, and only because you can wear what they wear when they're competing is golf. Because like I know
Yeah.
Tiger Woods has
Oh, yeah.
a line of clothing, and like
The
it's
shark.
it's expensive, but it's not out of reach. And if you're somebody that golfs, you could actually wear it to participate
Okay.
in that
And
sport.
it's high end dad wear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's slacks polo shirt. You don't look completely ridiculous.
You know, now that you say that, I guess you can make the same argument for Jordan, although that's pretty expensive, right?
Yeah,
like
but-
$200 for a pair of sneakers.
Right, but you're still, I mean, it's still useful. It's something that you could either wear for fashion or for actually using in a athletic setting.
Golfing.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Here's what I want you to, because I know if you go and look online at this designs that Stephon Diggs did in front of us, you're gonna be like, what? And it's gonna stick in your head, much like the cowboy boots we talked about earlier. And you're gonna go home and you're gonna keep looking at it. And I can see you coming in with a piece of Stephon Diggs clothing because you love Stephon Diggs.
I do.
You love Stephon Diggs.
I love his lifestyle. He's cool.
You love
smooth.
You love fashion.
Yeah.
I mean, this is tailor-made for you, man.
Too old.
But no, you're not. You would never buy a Josh Allen jersey to support the team.
No, I look ridiculous.
You don't eat barbecue sauce.
No.
Because you're a bitch. You're not going to have a bowl of Josh Jacks. Like, this is your opportunity to finally invest in something.
But people wouldn't even know what I was wearing. Like, I couldn't wear it out to a Bills event because people wouldn't even know what it is.
Oh, yeah, but it would be
You'd
a
have to
conversation
explain.
starter.
All right.
Right? Yeah, this hat cost me $175, designed by Stephon Diggs. And what if you're wearing it at training camp when he walks by?
What?
Think about that. There's your dark horse.
Then you got to get it signed.
He's going to know that you're wearing his design, and I can't imagine you're going to see a lot of these out in the
No.
wild. That's going to get an attention stop from Stephon Diggs.
But do you want something that expensive signed?
No. But I do want Stephon Diggs to be like, hey, man, sweet hat.
Thanks for the support.
Yeah, and I'll be like, all right, well, high five.
Also, with the amount of sweating you're going to be doing, do you really want to put that hat on your head?
I didn't say it was a perfect plan. I'm just trying to create a situation
Yeah, I
where
guess
wearing
sweaty
that.
guys, that's got to be a dilemma for sweaty guys wearing high-end clothes. Like, let's say
Wear 'em
you
out.
Well, let's say like your old man. He's a big
Yeah.
sweaty guy, right? If he wants to buy like that jacket or
Yeah.
something, he's going to ruin it in a week.
Yeah, but you brought up Adrian Jules. Like, I mean, guys sweat the most in suits.
I've seen some fat guys in those suits. I don't know. Like, you could see those guys sweating in those suits. I'm going, I don't get it. I don't get how a sweaty guy can afford to like blow through. Their shirts are like $400.
No, I know, but don't you get them dry clean?
You can't dry clean some stuff. Like it won't come out.
Okay.
Like if you like pit up your stuff,
Pit up.
you know what I'm talking about. You get those yellow rings like the eclipser happening under your arms. You can't clean that stuff up.
All right, so if you would like to go get one of the items from Stephon Diggs' new fashion line, you just have to simply Google Leon Stephon Diggs.
I wouldn't even know how to spell that.
Leon. It's pretty simple.
Leon.
Sound it out. Ready?
L-E.
Nope.
The.
Laimhomme Steph Diggs.
Oh, I thought it was French.
Yeah.
Like lay clothes or something.
Sure.
Oh.
It's probably French for something. I know Homme is boy. I remember that from French.
Yeah, I'm sure you remember that one.
And I'm probably wrong about that too.
I
Maybe
don't
it's
know.
man.
Where are they, boy?
It's probably like little boy Stephon Diggs.
Don't Google that.
All right, let's take a break. This person is hot. Super hot. Not like hot sexy, like angry.
Oh.
And they had an interaction at a grocery store that made them so upset, they have written a scathing critique.
So what's the big hot item at Tops?
Well, that's just it, man. You would never in a million years think that it was a specific item they needed for a specific thing. And it turns out this person in front of them also needed this very
so
specific
they wiped
item.
out the shelf?
They did, and it has created a massive debate that has people split 50-50.
Yeah.
Because there's doing the right thing, and there's doing what you need for yourself.
Well, you got to think of yourself.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some things that aren't law, but everyone agrees you should not do.
All right.
And a ton of those unwritten rules, Tommy, revolve around the grocery store. In fact, there is someone so upset with a stranger.
Yeah.
They posted the Facebook rant of Facebook rants, hoping they would see this and feel bad about themselves. However, not everyone who's read this thinks the person at the end of the barrel of this woman's anger gun is a bad person.
All right.
Or that they did anything wrong. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF comedian Bert Kreischer's Fully Loaded Comedy Festival.
That's that bare-chested dude.
Yep. You would know him.
Obviously, you do too.
Take off your shirt, man. Let's make it really funny in here. He's coming to the Darien Lake Amphitheater June 23rd.
Wait, outdoor show.
Yeah, well, he's got his shirt off, man. He's ready for it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Tickets go on sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com, but we got tickets for you.
Okay.
Don't call now.
All right.
Don't call now.
I know he's very popular.
Yes, he's quite popular. We will have tickets for you all week, including today. We'll get you those before 10 o'clock if you call now, so help me God. Sit tight. We'll get them for you here in the break room on CMF. We are about to read you a scathing Facebook post from a person upset about what happened to them while they were shopping at a local Tops. And let's keep in mind as I read you this, they are so mad. Not only do they want this stranger, as the kids say, put on blast, they had to be sure that this post would get 100% support from the people who read it.
Okay.
Are we ready?
I am ready.
So I don't have a name.
All right.
But this person writes, quote, I am addressing the woman who cleaned out the last boxes of Nilla wafers at Tops recently.
Oh.
Your selfishness all but guarantees that no one else will have the opportunity to purchase this product, myself included. The in-laws are coming from Chicago this week, and I was planning on using the cookies for my cheesecake.
Yeah, don't you bake with them or something?
That's what this woman, person, man, actually, I don't know if it's a woman person was going to do. But I watched as you took the wafers, all 4 boxes, and placed them in your cart.
Oh, wait, she only took 4 boxes?
This person goes on. I had to have my son pick up a box for me at another Tops, and they only carried the mini size! Exclamation point.
What?
It's a big dilemma.
All in caps, too.
Yeah.
This could have been prevented if you were more gracious with your shopping. So, we got ourselves some Nilla drama.
Nilla off.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is it against unwritten grocery store rules to buy out all that's left of a single product in the store?
I always figured there's probably more in the back. They'll just go in the back, get another
Restock.
box, and fill it up.
Based on what?
The fact that they have a back room full of stock.
Okay.
They
maybe.
stock the shelves.
But there are some items that they only carry a handful, period. And when
Might
those
be.
go
'Cause
out,
it's
they have
not
to
a
wait.
I'm
common
grabbing every
thing.
one of them, man. If I need it, I don't care. I'm grabbing.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm grabbing it. I'm paying for it.
Grab it and a
Paying,
pay
and
a
a
grab
grabbing.
it. You are Mr. Unwritten grocery store rules. You have rules about where the carts go. You have rules about how people are
Yeah.
supposed to stand in line. You have rules about people waiting to get to the counters. But this is not an unwritten rule for you.
No, I figured they'll have more out there.
Okay.
During the pandemic, I was grabbing stuff like everybody was grabbing.
Yeah, but that's
But
a
even
different
then,
kind of
yeah.
circumstance. And I mean, to be
They
honest,
kind of
like,
put limits on stuff at that point.
yeah.
And the fact that they had to put limits on it
Yeah.
tells you this is how we shop. We want all of it.
Or that there's certain
That was-
people that are dicks, and we have to stop them from being dicks.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
going into it with a whole different mentality.
No, if I see something that I like and I see there's only a couple, I'm thinking, I'll grab it.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
are you considerate of others when there's only a handful of things left on the shelf?
If it's something that I need for a purpose, like let's say you're making something for a large group of people and you need that, 2 or 3, whatever it is, and it's the last one, I'm probably going to take it. I'm
Gotta
not going
stock
to
up.
Okay. But let's say it's like the example Tommy just used, right?
Yeah.
It's an item you like,
Yeah.
and you see there's 3 left on the shelf. You only
Yeah.
need 1, but you're not sure if next time you
I'm
come,
probably going to take it.
you're going to take all of them.
Yeah.
So neither of you agree there is an unwritten rule you have to leave at least one on the
No,
shelf.
it's America, man. We got plenty of food.
Apparently not, because they were out of Nilla wafers at the Tops.
And by the way, she's too lazy to wait. I bet you she could have went to the front and go, hey, you got any more of this? And they'd send a kid in the back to go look.
You think a woman who wrote a Facebook page about Nilla wafers didn't go ask if they had more Nilla wafers?
I don't know what this woman does, but apparently she's got no patience.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you need to leave some of a product behind when you are shopping and need it all?
So this just reminded me, this was probably a few years ago. I remember a woman, I want to say she took like a bunch of boxes of a specific type of pasta or something, and there was nothing left. And there was a guy standing there, and he said something to her. I don't know what he said. And she basically goes, I'm buying this much because I'm purchasing it for a group home.
Okay.
Like she was buying it for wherever she worked.
Helping people
And
out.
that guy shut up real quick.
So that's all you got to say.
Well, you'd be
Because
lying.
you don't know, you
Of
don't
course I'm
always
lying.
know why
This
they're
woman could have been
taking.
lying.
But you don't always know why they're taking that many of that product. And I
that's what
I remember
I am.
after that, I was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to judge anybody's
That's
situation anymore.
a great line to use, though.
Okay, you're going to burn in hell for that.
I'm going to burn in hell for like 10,000 things.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm taking it. By the way, everybody's going to hell if you read that book. So relax. Grab it all for yourself and lie about it.
The one thing that is strange to me about this post, again, this woman writes this scathing Facebook post, public for everyone to see. She went to Tops to get Nilla wafers to make a cheesecake for her in-laws that were coming from Chicago. This is a legitimate Facebook post that she was so upset with somebody. The person in front of her bought all 4 boxes of the Nilla wafers she needed for the crust. She couldn't get it, and then she had to send her son to another Tops, and they only carried the mini-size Nilla wafers.
It don't work. It don't work.
She asked this person to be more gracious with their shopping in the future. Like, it is funny, like this person who writes this Facebook page, I keep saying woman, I don't know why I see a woman in my head. This could have been a dude.
That's got woman written. That has old woman written all over
I
it.
can picture 60-year-old woman doing this. I can close my eyes and picture 60-year-old man doing it as well.
You think a 65-year-old man cares about vanilla wafers and relatives coming in?
Yes.
I like what I like.
I made the best cheesecake in America.
He
You can only make
bakes.
it with a
You
vanilla
got
wafer.
baking grandpa.
But about this post, like the person who wrote it, their own account, they said they watched this unnamed
They
person.
watched it like a crime scene.
Like, you couldn't politely ask for 1 box? Like, that wouldn't be a rude thing to do.
I would feel funny asking.
Well,
And I ain't giving it to you.
but let's say
Yeah,
you would,
'cause
because you're a
what-
puss.
I ain't.
You
No,
would.
what if they say
because
no?
I'm gonna. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am baking these cookies to take to the home for unwedded grandmothers.
You're baking cookies that are already baked, unwedded grandmothers?
Yeah, I'm making something with them.
If you were to humbly tap someone on the shoulder and explain you need this box for a special occasion, could you please help me out? Everyone would give up that box. You're a coward.
But
and
what
a
if I
known
need
hider.
that box for myself?
But you just said you don't because you're just buying it extra.
down the road.
You would give it up because you're a puss. Big ass pussy. Chief, I'm going to lie about working at a group home. Okay, here you go. I'd give it up. Kimmy, you'd give it up if somebody asked
would
you
If
for
I,
piss
it.
me
didn't, if I
off.
didn't need it, yeah, I would give
cares?
it.
But then you ruined my day.
No, you don't need it. And I love how I'm pissed off, even though I'm taking all this stuff that I don't need.
Here's what no shopper wants to have happen to them. They don't want their shopping experience to be interrupted. So when I'm shopping, when we all shop,
Yeah.
we're in our zone. We want to get what we get and get out, right? I don't want some shoulder tapping needy person bugging me, man. It's America. They take all of it if I can afford it.
And you'd give it
I'll
up.
leave you nothing.
And you'd give it
Yes,
up.
you
I
would.
talk tough until the lady taps me on the shoulder because I give her up a little wafer because I'm a little wafer giving up little scared ass, coward ass, high ass bitch. 252 WCMF, folks are waiting patiently. Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. First of all, Tommy, you're a dick.
Thank you.
And
You write that
second of all,
down.
so there's this one item that, because I tattoo, right? I have to buy all the at the dollar store. They have 10 razors for $1.
Oh, you should be buying a dictionary.
Yeah, but I mean, I shave somebody for 10 seconds and then throw it away. So I got to get them as cheap as possible.
Okay.
So when I go in there and it's loaded, there's 16 of them on there. I'm buying 15, but I'm leaving one.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you, man. You have to leave one behind to not be that dick.
Right.
Fair?
Tom's a dick.
Yeah, okay. Like, and by the way, it's funny because nobody's just going to need one of those. Like, you're not helping out anybody, Skylar, but it
Yeah,
is
there's
like.
10 in the bag, dude. That's 10 shaves.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
But
fair
you
enough.
act like
I
this,
also-
the razor factory is going to shut down tomorrow. They're grinding out razors
Listen,
day
Mr.
and night.
Razorblade over here. Mr. Razorblade himself.
I was King Blade back in the day, baby.
No, but to Skylar's point, right? You're right. Eventually, they'll get more razor blades in. But if you were to walk in and needed those razor blades, and they were gone that day, and they said, come back tomorrow, you would melt the F down. Tomorrow? I need them today. I don't actually, but I want them today.
Well, when I shop, it's all about me. I'm like Peter Frampton.
How does
It's all
that sound?
about me, baby. Because that's how you
About
shop.
me. And plus, Plus, Tommy, you are a little bitch, and you'd give it up if somebody told you they needed one. You'd give it up.
Yeah, bitch. Skylar, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a
If
good
you
rest.
didn't, they'd just knock him down and take it anyway.
See you, Skylar. There goes Skylar. You know, it all comes down to the point that Skylar made here. The kind of person you want to look like.
Are you a kind person?
No, in that moment.
But what you're saying is an act of kindness.
I don't even think it comes down to kindness because, look, there are people who are kind that would leave it behind. I think it comes down to you're only as good as the eyes that are on you at the time.
All right.
What I mean by that, how many people, if you wanted to buy all 5 boxes of a certain type of spaghetti left, would even think twice if they were alone in the aisle? You'd grab all 5 boxes, you put it in the cart, that would be the end of it, right? But if someone was standing behind you, looking at that spaghetti.
Ooh, what if Jesus was watching you?
You wouldn't grab all 5 boxes. You would not do it.
But how would I know that?
I mean, you can feel people around you in the grocery store.
Yeah, well, you do.
Right? Like, if you thought that someone was going to judge you in that moment for buying all 5 boxes, you would be considerate.
Even if they didn't want it, just like a weird.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, they're kind of looking, they're like comparing whatever.
Just
like,
fear of judgment.
Yes, like almost everyone is going to leave 1 box of spaghetti, even though you wanted to buy all 5. It has nothing to do for most people with kindness and everything to do with, I don't want to look like a dick right
So
then.
it's shopping shame.
I think so.
All right.
Which you are the king of. You are the king of shopping shame.
Well, I like to see what's in people's carts.
Which is weird.
Everybody does that, man.
I don't look at other people's carts, man.
Yes, you do.
No, I do.
Oh, man, you judge people all goddamn day. You peeking.
Not for
Especially
carts.
now that you're diet boy.
What are you talking about, diet boy? It's not a diet, it's a lifestyle. Hashtag no days off.
I will say, like, whether or not you want to call it judgment, when I see somebody with a cart loaded up of one specific thing and it's just like a random item, I do have so many questions for that person.
Okay.
I'll never ask them. And I don't know if it's judgment or just curiosity.
I think curiosity is different than judgment.
Okay.
I think that's fair. You're judging, Tommy.
Oh, yeah.
You're Mr. Judge. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, I see folks on hold. Again, I will read you this Facebook post about a shopper at a local Tops that kicked this whole thing off. Quote, I'm addressing the woman who cleaned out the last boxes of Nilla wafers at Tops recently. Your selfishness all but guarantees that no one else will have the opportunity to purchase this product, myself included. The in-laws are visiting from Chicago this week. I was planning on using the cookies for my cheesecake, but I watched as you took the wafers, all 4 boxes, and placed them in your cart. I had to have my son pick up a box for me at another Tops, and they only carried, all caps, exclamation point, mini size! This could have been prevented if you were more gracious with your shopping. 252-WCMF. Tommy says, buy it all.
Yes.
Got to grab them all like they're a bunch of vanilla-flavored Pokemon. 252-WCMF. Rednecks on CMF. Hey, buddy, what's up?
Pat, what is wrong with you today? It's Wednesday. It's raining. It's a crappy day.
What?
You don't have to be crappy either.
What? What did I do?
You are
he's
no
right.
better than this woman that wrote it. You telling me you can't, once you leave Tops because there's no Nilla wafers, you telling me you can't drive down 3 miles to a Dollar General that's on every corner in New York State?
All right, I will say this. Now, Redneck, I'll say this. This woman absolutely overreacted to the Nilla wafer situation. I am with you there.
We do have a lot of shopping options here.
Yes. That being said, if the other question, should you leave some behind? I'm on team leave some behind. A Redneck, I would be careful saying mean things to me because last time you did, you blasted a deer live with us on the air.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, I know. Shut up.
I mean, so Redneck, you're not leaving one behind?
No, he's a Southern man.
Because
no Southerner, every Southerner, every time
would
there's a
I leave
hurricane, what do they do?
anything behind? I don't care what people think of me. I really don't. And if you have that, if you got to walk on eggshells because you think somebody's watching you take the last box of spaghetti or Nilla wafers or whatever, then you got more problems in life than just...
Yeah.
Man, you would be killing his ass if he was not on your side. You pander-ass, hypocritical ass bitch. Shut up. Everyone shut up. Redneck, how's your truck, by the way? What happened?
Nothing. It didn't even dent the plow.
Look at you. Good for you. I'm happy for you, buddy, even though you called up very rude this morning.
Me rude?
How dare
on.
you? I'm going to let you go.
My name's Pat Duffy. I got to have the last box of Nilla wafers because I'm a little bitch.
I would like Nilla wafers. Redneck, thank you for the call. I don't care what people think about me. You think I'm a bitch? 252-WCMF. Now someone who wants to stay anonymous.
Okay.
They are going by Instacart Shopper.
Oh.
They're on CMF. Hello, Shopper.
Hi, how you doing?
Good. What do you got for us? Hello? Are you there?
Nothing wrong.
Say that again. Okay. I got to let you go. Your phone's killing me here, but thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Anonymous. and possibly dumb.
All right, so if he's an Instacart shopper, he's hoping you leave some behind because he's trying to fill an order.
There's that.
But let's say the order calls for 4 boxes of those, and he's got to fill that order.
Also a problem.
He's got to fill that order.
That's what they call the Instacarter's choice.
Oh,
It's tough. Either way, you're
that was a
losing.
terrible move.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Jessica. She writes, I thought about this when COVID was bad because the store didn't always have everything all the time.
You had to grab it when it was there, man, and all of it.
No, she's saying the opposite of that. Listen to me. Listen. I thought about this. I'll start over.
Right.
When COVID was bad because the store didn't always have everything all the time. I didn't want to take what I didn't need, but now I'll take it all because by the next day, most stores will have it anyway. Yeah.
You don't think Wegmans wants to restock them shelves as fast as they can?
No, I get it.
Make that money, baby.
But it's all about the window in which you are shopping.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to jump out that window with all of it.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. It's amazing the amount of selfish people in this town.
Yes.
The tattoo artist freak is the only kind one joining me on this side. Wendy's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Wendy, how's it going?
Good. How you guys doing?
Go, Wendy.
I am the person. When I load up to come to Florida, I wipe out every box of ring noodles because I need those for my pasta salad, and I wipe out all the country sweets.
Okay. All right. You know, you've
So
created...
that's
You
my-
must be one hell of a woman, man. Ring noodles and country sweet?
But hold on. Now, you've created another sub-genre here, right? Because Tommy talked about the Instacart, right? Like, okay, if that order calls for it, that person has to get it.
Yeah.
You don't know they're Instacarting.
Right.
I mean, if
And
Wendy's...
she's going to a place where they don't have country sweet.
So
True.
Florida.
I understand it. That being said, Wendy, if I'm going to do a tailgate and I'm doing country sweet wings at that tailgate and I watch you buy all
Fresh
the country
out.
sweet, you bitch, Wendy.
But how about this? She's got bank because she can afford to winter in Florida on
With
top of
ring
that.
noodles.
With ring noodles and country sweet. And then she's buying the cigarettes when she gets to South Carolina.
You know Wendy makes a mean pasta salad if she's using the ring noodles.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Are ring noodles only a New York thing, Wendy?
Yes, they are.
So what are ring noodles?
They're the
I didn't know.
tiny, itty-bitty
Yeah.
circles.
Yeah.
That's exclusive to.
And they make the best pasta salad.
She's
I
right.
agree. You know, I'm with you. But I didn't know that was strictly a New York thing. Where the hell have I been?
I can't even. I mean, I've tried every state up and down the coast, and nobody has them but New York.
So what do you do? Like you just go to Florida and sit on your ass and eat?
Yeah. What else are you doing on vacation?
No, I work down here too.
Wait, you have a job in Florida?
Yeah, she makes ring noodle country sweet pasta salad.
I got to know. What do you do in Florida?
Co-host a week show?
I sell antique jewelry.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm a retired heavy equipment operator, and now I sell jewelry.
Didn't see that coming.
Oh, for God's sake.
You had her working a goddamn backhoe?
Yeah, because your mom
Yes.
was there. No, they called
Wait, so she was on top of my mom?
No, she was running your
With the
mother's
ring noodles?
backhoe. They called her the backhoe because that's where all of it was going. In the back, baby, with the ring noodles. Wendy, great to talk to you. Thanks for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
You too. Bye, guys.
Bye. My mind is blown that we just learned that ring noodle
Yeah.
information. I had no idea.
I didn't know that either.
Wow.
All right, so for the last 12 months,
Yeah.
all of the talk about the upcoming eclipse, which is now just about a month away.
So,
has-
they're saying it's going to be crazy.
well, it's been exciting and fun, right, Kimmy?
Yeah.
It's like festival here,
Yeah,
all these
a
people
lot
here.
going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
museum here. And yesterday, out of nowhere, that tone changed
Yes.
fast.
Why, what
I was
happened?
like, wait, what am I missing here?
You had officials from the county, from the city, and from law enforcement hold a press conference going, hey, guys, listen, we all want to have fun with the eclipse, but there's some serious things you need to know, like very serious things.
What, like dangerous?
We'll get into it.
What could happen?
We'll tell you all about it. Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. For months, there's been nothing but excitement and anticipation for the upcoming eclipse. We're about a month away now.
Yeah.
And with hundreds of thousands of people flooding our area to watch this celestial dance,
Oh, boy.
things took a strange turn yesterday.
Yeah, I don't get it.
This was no fun to talk about. It was only warning after warning that things are going to be very different, Tommy, on the day of darkness.
Scaring the crap out of you?
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Come out, hang out with me on Saturday.
Where are you going to be, Pat?
I'm going to be at the Boot Barn on Highland Drive next to Value City Furniture from 11 to 1 for their community work event. So if you're looking for work clothes, Carhartt kind of things, they have a massive selection.
You got everything.
We taled about all the cowboy boots this morning, and my wife texted me and told me she wants me to get a pair of cowboy boots because she thinks it's sexy, which is a discussion we're going to have at home. In the privacy of our own home.
Right.
But not only do you get all the fantabulous stuff at Boot Barn, if you haven't been, this place is massive. If you want to check it out, they will have live entertainment, food truck. They're going to have giveaways. There's going to be an axe-throwing truck.
Didn't see that coming.
There's going to be a mechanical bull.
All right.
And beer tasting inside the
That's
store.
a lot. That's like a festival.
Yeah. And the best part, I'll be there from 11 to 1.
What?
Come hang out with me, Boot Barn, Saturday on Highland Drive. We'll see you there, me and your friends in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Yesterday, big-time warnings from the county and the city of Rochester about what to expect during Eclipse Day on April 8th.
So what are they afraid of?
Well, the county unveiled their new campaign. Quote, be aware, be prepared, be there.
Oh, okay.
Which kind of makes the eclipse sound like a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
They seem to be worried about the safety of people in the community. They want you to be aware of all the extra folks that will be in the area. So it sounds, first of all, that they're expecting massive traffic issues. So 2 weeks ago, we were given the number that in the greater Rochester Finger Lakes area, there will be 300 to 500,000 people
That's
coming in.
That's Woodstock number.
Yeah, from the outside. For context, that would almost double to triple the entire population of the city of Rochester.
All right.
Yesterday, they gave a number of 150,000 people coming into Monroe County. So, Kimmy, it's almost like they're unsure of how many people they're getting, period.
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, how that number changed so much over the course of like a couple days.
Yes.
And then I'm like, are they measuring just a specific area? And maybe they're not incorporating, the whole path of the eclipse. I don't know.
So
it's very confusing.
So the mayor got up and spoke, Mayor Malik Evans. He said if you have a doctor's appointment that day, to move it. Said if you're planning on going to the grocery store, either go the day before or starve, you bastard.
So they're going to say, like, the traffic's going to be so bad I can't get to Wegmans?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what they're even giving people a heads up, Tommy, that cell phone service in the area could be disrupted due to the massive amount of humanity that will be descending.
Plan on getting anywhere quickly,
So would that
essentially.
affect the internet, too, then?
Well, the internet's wired, right?
Huh?
If you're using, like, over-the-air internet.
Well, I guess he's saying, like, if your cell phone's connected to Wi-Fi, you might be okay.
I don't know.
Everything's going to crash.
Yeah, it's over. It's the end of the world as we know it.
So it's Y2000. It's kind of what they're painting here.
Okay. Kimmy,
Yeah.
based on the press conference yesterday, is it possible they undershot how popular they believe this was going to be?
Undershot or
Undershot
overshot?
or overshot?
Undershot. Well, here's why. Because I know the number came down,
Yeah.
but we haven't seen, like, they looked legitimately alarmed in this conference
Well,
yesterday.
and it's kind of like, hey, hopefully you don't have an emergency that day because you're screwed.
No, that's not true. The sheriff was there. Sheriff Todd Baxter got up and said 911 services will be functioning fine. It's
Okay,
unnecessary.
but that doesn't make any
Well, but-
sense. Those two statements do not make any sense.
Right, because if I need an ambulance.
They're going to be stuck in the same traffic I'm trying to get to Wegmans or my doctor's appointment, which you're telling me I can't get to.
I am telling you what the sheriff said. If you want to call the sheriff a liar on
Well, you're buddies with him. You know the guy.
I don't know the guy.
All you Irish people are connected all to cops.
I don't know if the guy's Irish.
No, but you Irish are connected all to cops.
Yes, you know me.
Your father's a cop.
Kind of.
Kind of cop. What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Probably nothing. So I don't know. It's just a little weird that we're getting hit with this warning
Well, it is
yesterday.
scary then. Like, what do you do?
Okay, no, I'm just saying it's just a month in advance. Like, it's been a year of like, oh, this is awesome. And then yesterday it was like, hey, guys, this might be a problem.
But it's kind of weird because how do you prepare for, like, to your point, you don't know who's going to show up. You don't even know where they're going to go watch this thing.
So that's it. That he transitioned from, like, here are the warnings. It wasn't all doom and gloom.
What are they saying?
Well, they say there will be events all over our area, the city specifically. Folks are trying to figure out where to go, where they can see it. We know
Were
the
they staring? Love that segment.
Businesses are having parties. There's bars and restaurants that are doing it. Mayor Malik Evans said that almost every place in Rochester is open for you to sit and look up. But
you just can't get to it because of the traffic. And it sounds like everything's going to be slammed.
The county and city are encouraging people with another slogan they came up with yesterday. Quote, pick it and park it. Pick a Monroe County park and hang with your family there to safely watch the eclipse.
Okay.
Which is a great idea with one small, massive problem.
What's that?
Getting there?
Well, okay, getting there might be an
Thank
issue,
you.
but you can get there early and hang out, have a
all
picnic,
right.
whatever. There are like no parking spots in any of the parks in Monroe
No.
County.
Well, I'm trying to think like the big one's Mendon, right? Probably the biggest park we got.
Mendon Ponds Park?
Yeah. I mean, it's vast.
I mean, Durand Eastman's pretty big.
All
Yeah.
right.
So is that other one on the east
But
side.
that I would say like
Genesee
Durand
Valley.
Eastman though, too many
Genesee
trees.
Valley's
But you're right. There's not a lot of parking, though.
Yeah, like every
Small parking because it's a lot of land to
yeah,
go
I mean,
hang out.
yeah,
in.
there's a lot of little parking lots, but there's always like 8 places. Like if you played kickball back in the
Yeah.
day there were a lot of people parking on the streets.
Tommy's right. Mendon Ponds Park is the largest Monroe County park.
All right, so there you go. But I mean, if you're expecting hundreds of thousands of people to descend upon the community, like
It's going to be a disaster.
what time? Well, that's not what I'm saying.
Bro, you're not going to get to the toilet.
Okay.
Every broad's going to hit the toilet as soon as they get there. That's going to be an
And
issue.
who knows what the eclipse does to everybody's bowels, right?
Well, they're saying like your dog's going to start acting weird.
yeah, because they said all
They
animals.
did do a story on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll start to believe that it's nighttime.
Right.
Like you'll see birds like heading back to nests.
Okay.
Right, things like that. But here's the thing, man. How did you switch so quickly? Because last week we talked about how there would be a massive amount of humanity coming here. The same people said, "Look at all these hundreds of thousands of people." You go, "Ain't gonna happen." No. Yesterday they come out and say, "There's oh my god, it should have shut down."
I will say that obviously, look, the law enforcement, the mayor, they got to come out and make their statements to cover their ass. I get it. I don't see it.
So then
I
what are you
don't. I don't
panicking about?
see. It's gonna. If you're right, it's gonna suck.
Okay,
It's
I am
gonna
not telling you this.
suck.
I am giving you information that was given to
But
me.
you better be hoping I'm right and you're wrong because you don't want this.
Yeah,
No.
because all these businesses in town don't want hundreds.
You're
of
not
going to
get their money.
Man.
You're going to get so overwhelmed, you're never going to collect their money.
It's gonna happen. They're all gonna run out of their checks, man. Everybody did. They're gonna be dining and dashing, even though they'll be stuck in standstill traffic. You could head out with the credit card machine on Monroe Avenue and make them pay. You idiot.
I'm just telling you, people are going to get hung on like this Eclipse merch they think they're going to sell.
Shut up.
I think they already have been selling.
They're selling a ton of it. Oh, there's the old man wave.
I wonder how long this will affect you because I'm guessing like if there are that many people coming into town, it's going to be for at least like 2 to 3 days,
And
right?
it's the middle of the week, right?
Thursday, I believe.
So, and people would have to have the time off to do that.
Yeah.
Well, I think they've already planned it if they are.
You know what you're going to get?
Oh my what?
You're going to get a county full of me's. Old ass, grumpy
Space
ass
guys.
sky guy.
Yeah, I mean that's not out of the question. There's also a lot of.
This town is going to be Well, we are going to have the highest concentration
It's a
of
Monday.
know-it-alls
Yeah.
in the United States. It's a Monday?
I mean, April 8th is a Monday.
All right.
My apologies. No, I think you're
So
gonna,
they'll start filling up on Sunday.
you're gonna get all types. You're gonna get families that are using this.
You're
for
going to get every
educational
time.
purposes.
By the way, you're going to get everybody you hate.
What?
Sky dicks, know-it-alls,
I don't hate Sky
boring
Dicks.
ass cloud guy.
I do. What are you?
I think that's a cumulus out there right now. You don't see them.
You're describing you.
Yeah, you
You're
hate
the most
me.
Self-hate.
You
I do
hate
hate you.
me.
I hate you so much, especially right now. Like, just pick a side.
Quarter zip sweater, know-it-all douche.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Yesterday, after months of nothing but excitement, the mayor, the county executive, the sheriff of Monroe County came out and did a press conference warning people, hey guys, listen, April 8th, when this eclipse happens, that there's going to be a lot of different changes, that traffic will be overwhelming. If you have doctor's appointments, move them. If you have to go to the grocery store that day, either do it super early or go a different
You
day.
can't get through.
Yes, they say that cell phone service could be interrupted based on how many people are going to be in here, although the sheriff did say, and I'm saying this again because Tommy did not see this press conference but wants to comment on it, that 911 and emergency services will be functioning
Okay, hold
fine.
on. So 911 is going to be working. Mm-hmm. Even though they're telling me my cell phone may not be working.
So that's maybe why you
but
should
the ambulance will get to my house even though the streets are clogged with traffic.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect.
All emails can be written to
Well,
Tommy
I'm just like,
at
come on, man.
Come on, man. I didn't see the press conference, but I'm going to comment on it, guys. Hey, what?
Yeah, this is the ambulance
guess
company.
it's,
Can you walk over here?
By the way, with everything going on with ambulances, how different would it be than how it is now?
I guess it's just okay to prepare for some delays, and that's basically what they're telling
And
you.
people
And
love
if
being
it
delayed.
doesn't happen, great. You don't have to worry about it.
No,
then.
because
Nothing
again-
will piss you off more than being. It's one thing being stuck in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
It's being stuck in traffic, and the person in front of you has out-of-state plates. That's really goddamn Pennsylvania.
Yeah, they're taking their
jackass.
time. Yeah.
Like they don't have Sky in his town. He can go look at this crap. Like you're gonna hate out-of-town plates. Every Ohio, Connecticut ass is gonna be here, and there's nothing worse than a Connecticut driver.
What?
Connecticut drivers are
I never
the
think about
worst.
Connecticut.
Jersey,
They're the-
Pennsylvania,
Florida,
You know what?
maybe.
No,
Tell me what you
Florida
got.
license plates go pretty slow.
Well, you're not getting Florida up here.
You get some Florida
You would
plates up
get
here.
Florida. Connecticut is in the line of the eclipse, if I'm not
I don't-
mistaken. So is
Connecticut's
Pennsylvania.
over here. The
Oh.
thing's going that way.
Oh, is
Get
that,
a
what are you
map.
doing, Devo? You idiot!
I'm
252
doing
WCMF.
Kimmy's karate chop.
How'd that look, Kimmy?
Here, Connecticut.
We're gonna go to the phones because I'm literally ready to assault you.
You're gonna hate it so much, man.
I'm not going
you're
anywhere.
You're trying to be this cool, embrace everybody, man.
I want folks who make money in this town to make money. That's what I want.
Oh, make that money. You
Yes.
ain't making squat.
252 WCMF. Bill, save the show, please. What's going on?
Okay, here's my take. And I don't know who I agree with or don't agree with anymore because it's gone back and forth. But think about it. If the best spot to see it was Cleveland, who do you know would drive to Cleveland? No one's going to be driving here. You might get delayed for 3 minutes because everyone's going to stop and look at the sky.
Okay.
But how many people do you think are coming to Rochester to look at the sky?
So they're
from out of
basing
town?
this. They're basing this on other. So this has happened in other cities before. It's
Yeah.
just we're not going to see this for like another 125 years.
All right.
They're basing this on other cities of our size and the traffic that they had when this went down for them. They're also basing it on the amount of Airbnbs and hotels that have been booked up. For example, I believe it's the Hyatt downtown.
Sold out.
It's completely sold
By
out.
the way, and they jacked their prices way
Yes.
the hell up.
In fact, Bill, middle of the road suburban hotels like your Hampton Inns and things like
Yeah.
that are getting $1,000 a night right now.
And they're
for
sold
Eclipse
out.
Night.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've never heard of anything like this before.
Bro,
so,
I don't get it
hey, I
either. I'm
hope
with
it-
you.
I hope it's good for business, but I don't see people driving around during it, right?
Oh, no, I
mean,
know. So the concern, again, is after it's over, what they found in these other cities is that when it's done, everybody gets on the road at the same time,
And
and
they
that's
split.
where the delay comes. So it's getting in and getting out, not during the eclipse.
Yeah. Well, again, I don't really buy into it, but hey, I'm glad people will come to Rochester.
Okay, all
You
right.
know, any reason. Any
Bill?
reason.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I don't get it. Well, here's what we know. Yeah, I don't buy into that. No, like we have the reservations are booked. They've done. Yeah, I'm not sure. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Good, Teddy. What's
Hey,
going on?
do you guys remember year of 2000, everybody panicking about what's going to
Yes.
happen on the Y2K?
Sure, yeah,
And
yeah.
nothing happened.
Yeah.
So I feel same way about this one, year of 2000. I mean, this is life, you know. It's going to happen, So what are you going to do?
Okay. No, here's the thing, Teddy. You bring up Y2K. No, I'm with you there. Like, whatever happens, happens. You just figure it out while it's here.
Yeah.
But Y2K, it's not that nothing happened. It's that all the people that had to fix stuff worked super hard, so nothing happened.
Yeah.
Something would have happened, but they managed to get it done before Y2K, Teddy. And it seems like that's what they're trying to do yesterday.
So what can you do from now until the 8th of April?
Well, no, I'm saying, like, giving people
on
the
your
heads
perspective
up.
on yourself.
What's that? Say that again.
Right now, it's just not a month before going to happen. So, what really are you going to do? Like, start piling up the food in your house
No,
and
nobody's
some other things?
saying there's going to be a nuclear holocaust, Teddy. I'm saying, like, if I
Hey.
had a dentist appointment that day, now I know to cancel it. If I was going to go to the grocery store that day, now I know maybe I go to the day before. I mean, is information the worst thing in the world to have?
Yeah, it's just life, you know. You think about it at times, so
Oh, Teddy, thanks.
I'm not really worried about it.
All right, Teddy's not
I'm
worried.
not going
Thanks.
to be in town anyway.
What a dick. Hey, you guys, you shouldn't be worried about it. I'm not going to be here, though. I'm not going to be here. Teddy, thanks for the call. What an evil laugh. Andrew writes us on Instagram. He says, getting out is going to be a problem getting on the thruway. This is a bigger deal than you're making it out to be. It's
Everybody trying to get out of town.
Yeah, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. I'm trying to tell you what a big deal it is.
All right, but it doesn't sound fun.
It's going to be fun.
It didn't sound like it to me, man.
Is your family still coming from Philly?
I haven't heard.
Oh, wow. Surprise.
What?
Nobody wants to talk to Uncle Tommy. Creepy Uncle Tommy.
Hey, I'm one of the good ones.
What?
I'm
Good
like
uncles?
the top. I am like the top uncle in my family.
Yeah, you want to come to my house? Go suck. Nobody's even coming except you. We'll take one more call, 252-WCMF. Like, I don't know where anybody is on this eclipse anymore.
I'm
right?
against it.
Oh, you're against the eclipse?
I am against the eclipse.
You are anti.
I think they should cancel it.
If you were running yesterday for Super Tuesday, it would be on an anti-eclipse
Yeah.
ticket. Okay. Chuck's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Chucky, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I just got a question. Let's say that everything goes good and the traffic's moving good and nothing's locked up and everybody's getting along.
Yeah.
But let's say the weather's crappy and it's all foggy and cloudy and we can't see nothing.
So we
Then what are all these?
a meteorologist came out the other day. It was last week, I think we talked about it, and said even with the clouds, it wouldn't be that big a deal. Like, it's such a major event, you'd be able to see things through the clouds.
Yeah, but you don't think all these old sky guys out here, old man waving everybody, are going to be disappointed? That
They'll be disappointed for
there
sure.
will be letters to the editor.
Letters to the editor
Letters
of
to
the
the
moon.
sky.
Pissed off at the sky.
I
Very
imagine the
disappointed.
hate mail of the week is going to be so full with all this pumping you guys are doing.
I'm telling you a story that happened yesterday where they are warning everybody what could happen. God forbid. Okay, here's what I don't understand, Chucky. Here's what I don't get, right? If nobody
Big eclipse, man. Getting paid.
Like, if
by
nobody
the sky.
if nobody said anything about anything that was happening, and all of a sudden everyone showed up, like a Woodstock scenario where they didn't expect it, people would be livid.
Yeah, so they got to cover their ass with these press conferences.
I don't get why people get mad at information. They are simply telling you, hey, this is a thing that could happen. And people go, ah!
Here's the information I always hate.
Hey, Chucky, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I only want the information that I want to hear.
Okay.
I don't want information that I don't want to hear or that I don't like. I only like customized information for myself.
All right. Well, in that case, you're handsome, you're talented, and you're going to live longer than the next 5 years.
Thank you. That's all I ask for.
Let's take a break. All right, maybe the sky ain't for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you're more an
That's the sky.
I got an event that is aimed at kids, but every grown man is secretly going to want to go to.
What's coming?
This is the coolest damn thing I've ever seen.
No kidding.
And it's to the point where it's unfair that we didn't have stuff like this when we were kids, because kids today get the coolest, most like specific experiences if their parents have the money to take them. And we'll tell you what's coming to the Blue Cross Arena next to the break. On 96.5 WCMF. I want to go to this so bad. You're going to want to go to this so bad.
What's
too.
coming to town?
They keep adding to it.
Kimmy, it's like even the headline. It's an eye grabber.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, man. Unless we have somebody else's kids, because I think even my kids might be too old for this now. We can't go because it would look weird. But I promise you, every single man listening to the show, when they hear this, what's coming to the Blue Cross Arena in July, will want to be there.
What is it?
You're hanging out in the break room. Watch just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, buddy boy, we can get our hate on.
We believe it's the first time in Hate Mail of the Week that we have back-to-back lady hate.
Yeah.
And one thing is for sure, if you talk about being a parent, there will absolutely be another parent within earshot that will judge you. And it all comes down to what we feed our kids.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. You ready for this? Hot Wheels Monster Truck Glow Party is coming to the Blue Cross Arena in July.
So it's Hot Wheels, like the things I play with?
Yeah, but they're big. They're monster trucks that are Hot Wheels. They're designed to look like Hot Wheels.
No kidding.
They also glow in the dark.
Damn.
And the monster trucks feature lasers, and there are dance parties, and there will be Hot Wheels giveaways during the event.
That is pretty cool.
Thank you, right?
That's insane.
Right?
Lasers, glow in the dark, loud noises, monster trucks,
Kimmy,
explosions.
This is not even fair. Like, I'm not even a car guy.
Yeah.
I've never wanted to be at anything more in my life than I want to be at the
well,
Hot
you tack
Wheels.
Hot Wheels onto there too, and that adds a whole other element.
I mean, I was such a Hot Wheels fanatic when I was a kid. I told you I had everything they ever came out with.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, just being able to see like Hot Wheels truck, but it's a big truck.
Yes.
Right? And then it glows.
Oh.
And giveaways.
And it's a monster truck. So you get monster truck show with Hot Wheels and it glows
Doing
in
all
the
those
dark.
crazy ass stunts.
Yeah, bro. They're going to do that thing where they like go back on their back and then they go back forward again.
You talking about a wheelie?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But no, they can like stop and like rest
What?
like that now. They're going over, crushing cars. I went to one monster truck show when I was a kid, and it was the greatest day of my life. I saw Truckosaurus, bro.
Yeah.
It ate a car with its mouth.
Well, that's what it does. It crushes other trucks.
I brought a Truckosaurus t-shirt. I wore that thing for years
Truckosaurus.
till I got too fat for it.
Well, that's what I wonder when you go to these kind of things, because you're right, it's usually like a family thing. But are the dads more entertained than the kids? Like the kids are entertained, but they're, it's cool to them. But I'm assuming the dads appreciate it more.
I'm gonna say, Kimmy, now I get where you're coming from, but it's such an experience that I think it's an equal level of
You
excitement.
think your kid, like after a while, doesn't want to move on to something else?
No,
they need
because
something else.
It's loud and big and awesome.
Okay.
Like you never. Where else do you see something like the Monster Truck Rally? Is such a unique American experience.
Yeah.
There is nothing else like it.
Yeah. You know, they tour all over the world.
What do you mean?
How do
Like they
do
take
that?
these tours like to Europe, and they sell out.
This is going to be a dumb question probably, but how do they get all the parts and stuff there?
You just put them on a ship and you
Ship.
put 'em over.
They just how do they get cars there? They just ship it.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
right.
stupid.
So the last time they came
Seems
here,
like
like
it'd take a while.
they were going to like Zurich, Switzerland. I go,
Really?
they dig this stuff because it's sold out. People go crazy for it all over the place.
All right, so here's the thing.
And here's the greatest thing: after you go, you won't be able to hear or taste anything for a week if you're my age.
I do remember that as a kid. Like it was.
You
nothing.
can't hear, man.
Yeah.
It is so damn loud. But that's part of the thrill of it, right?
Let's talk about more of the carbon monoxide inside the building. I'm sure it's different now.
Yeah.
Right? But like when I was a kid, I'm pretty sure my SAT score is a direct result of seeing Truckosaurus that one time. So, with Hot Wheels Monster Truck Glow Party coming to the Blue Cross Arena in July. 2 shows, by the way.
Yeah.
2 shows. You want to go to the Glow Party truck party with me?
Well, I got a grandchild.
Oh, your wife ain't letting you take your grandbaby to this.
Why not?
It's going to hurt his ears, or as Kimmy would say.
Who's my ears? I would think like, what's like the age you'd start to bring a kid to this kind of thing?
3.
3?
And,
Oh, yeah.
bro, your
Where
wife.
they can really appreciate it.
And your wife. I love your wife. She's a wonderful woman. She ain't monster truck material, bro.
I know.
Bro, she don't get monster trucks.
Neither's the child's mama.
Okay,
same
so there
way.
you go. So that's out. And my kids,
And
I
they're
don't-
missing an opportunity.
I'm with you, man. I don't think my girls will want to go to this, which means we don't have a kid to take.
Yeah.
But if you and I, as grown people, went together,
That'd be weird.
well, but here's the thing.
A couple of grown ass men go to the monster truck show with no child.
Okay, Hot Wheels glow in the dark monster truck show.
No, I'm not doing that.
Makes it worse. Why not?
You look like
I don't
such a
think this would be.
weirdo.
I don't think this would be the weirdest event to attend without a kid.
It's a
Grown-ass
Hot
man.
Wheels-
It's
It's
really designed for children.
Yeah, but I can understand the interest
Yeah.
being there.
But
So if
here's
you saw 2 guys that look like Pat and I at this thing walking in together,
I don't think I'd find it as weird as other shows for kids.
Well, yeah, like Frozen on ice. Yes, I get that would be weirder. Yeah. But here's the thing, man. I think it's less strange if we go together than if one of us were to go by ourselves. That's an immediate red flag.
That's it. Yeah, that would be worse. You're right.
If we're there together as adults, we just look like two monster truck loving Americans.
Yes.
And what's wrong with that?
I would find it weird too that you're a grown ass man that's into monster trucks.
Yeah.
But you don't have a child.
Okay. You mean the man you just described yourself as?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
You're not interested in it?
But I wouldn't go.
Okay, but
I'd be ashamed
it is
to go.
something you can admit you'd be entertained by.
Yeah.
If we can find a kid, will you go with him?
This is getting worse.
Well, no, I have a nephew. He's like he's like 6.
He's perfect bait.
He'd love.
Yes, I'm in.
Yeah, let's not call him bait when we put him in the car.
It kind of is, though.
Yeah, it's even funny. Like, I wonder if my sister would even let me take him with you and I to the Blue
First of all,
Cross.
that kid's been raised around your family.
Yes.
So his eardrums are already shut. If your mother's cooked for him, he has no taste buds. This child you can't affect. He's the Iron Kid.
The Iron Kid?
He is.
You know what sucks, man? Kids today are so freaking lucky. Like, all the stuff they get to be entertained by compared to what we had, because not just the technology-wise, I get that move forward. How specific entertainment for kids has gotten. Because whatever your kid is into, there is something for them down to the most intricate detail.
And it's coming to town.
Yeah, you got it. Like, when we were kids, you had 3 options. You could like sports, you could like music and drugs, or you could be a smart-ass dork. And with all 3 of those labels, there were specific things you had to like. Yeah. Now you could be like a high school quarterback that loves anime that also plays. Yeah, it's totally fine. Totally fine.
Yeah.
Like, I guess we're producing a more well-rounded child.
Yeah.
Very confusing for us, though, that want to put these kids in a category.
Yeah, I'm trying to box
Come on,
you, kid.
What table do you sit at lunch?
We'll wrap it up with this as we talk about the Hot Wheels Monster Truck Glow Party coming to Blue Cross Arena in July. Andrew writes, they did the Hot Wheels truck event last year, too. It was really fun for the kids, but the dirt bike jumping was even cooler than the trucks.
So they have dirt bikes on that thing, too?
Bro, let's go. We got to go. Come on. I'll buy. I'm buying. Monster Truck Hot Wheels Glow Party on me.
Do they sell, like, are the concessions like the normal?
They sell beer?
Yeah, like beer.
Bro, let's get loaded and watch glow in the dark monster trucks.
I think the kids would really appreciate that, especially your nephew.
All right, let's take a break. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get our hate on.
Yep. It was about 2 weeks ago. We talked about a CEO of a billion-dollar business, everybody freaking out at an idea he had for folks to save money with food.
Yes.
And that morphed into a conversation about when you have no money, what you are making for dinner.
How do you stretch it?
You got it, right? It's a common problem. Everybody has had it at some point in their life. Maybe the woman missed the context of this story. Maybe she's just annoying. But one thing is for sure.
What's that?
If you're a parent, anything you say about your parenting will be within earshot of another parent who will want to tell you why you're a terrible parent. And we'll get into it next to the breaker on 96.5 WCMF. if you talk about family life, you're going to get judged.
Oh, yeah.
And we have another example of that today. Because a discussion about being in a desperate financial situation has one woman sounding the alarm, letting parents know who do this, you are destroying your kids' bodies and being lazy, good for nothing losers. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And all of this started about 2 weeks ago when we shared the story of the CEO of, it was Kellogg's, right?
Yeah.
Giving folks who were short on cash a suggestion about what they could serve for dinner to save money. The answer, cereal. Specifically, Kellogg's cereal.
How about that?
He went on national television and did an interview saying that eating cereal for dinner when your paycheck comes up short is a cheap and delicious and healthy meal for families. People got pissed at this millionaire making this suggestion. But it wasn't an accident, Tommy. He didn't make a mistake.
No.
The company has actually been running an ad campaign called Give Chicken the Night Off since 2022, suggesting folks struggling financially should eat cereal for dinner at least one night a week.
Little Frosted Flakes, all right?
Not bad.
The nice, healthy alternative to chicken.
So that story turned into a discussion of the best, brokest dinner. What, when you were a kid, or when you as a parent make when that paycheck is not going to make it till Friday? Because we've all been there at some point in our lives.
Po food.
Yeah. And some of those meals we had as kids, the po stretching it food, when our parents were desperate, it's food we still long for.
Yeah.
Well, it tastes good.
Yeah. It's not great for you.
No, but like butter and noodles.
It's delicious.
Standard.
Come on.
Come on. I'm with you. Well, one woman heard that discussion, and she did not like it.
Oh.
Because where we heard making the best of a bad situation, she heard terrible parenting. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
What kind of irresponsible show encourages families to feed their kids the unhealthy stuff I heard you talking about on the air today? The most important part of a child's life is the nutrition they get at home. And if you're a parent who isn't cooking healthy meals for their kids containing vegetables and grains and proteins, you are failing them. And you should have your kids taken away from you. I heard people suggest serving your kids toast with cheese and sauce. Processed garbage that hurts your kids more than it helps them. One of your DJs said to grate potatoes with flour and butter and make dumplings. That's it? That is what you'll serve your children? There's no excuse for not having healthy food. Produce can be found cheap at the right places and for free in your own personal garden. When I hear parents say they don't have the money or time to feed their kids right, I know that they mean they don't care enough about their kids to do it. No one has the time. You make the time and you find a way. Sincerely, Cora.
That name checks out.
Cora.
If a woman yells at you about not feeding your kids the right food, there is a 30% chance her name is Cora. Now, Tommy, I don't know if this woman misunderstood the discussion.
Yeah.
Because, we were coming up with dinner in a desperate financial situation.
Right.
No money in the bank account. You have whatever it is in the fridge, whatever in the pantry. It was an exercise in culinary ingenuity.
Yeah.
Right? This wasn't, I'm going to feed my kid this every single night.
No, true.
But, Tommy, past that, one thing is absolutely clear.
What's that?
Based on Cora's letter. No matter what you do for your kids,
anything
you do for your kids, there will be someone to tell you that you are failing them and being lazy. Because, Tommy, this woman had the balls to say that everyone not only can afford all the healthy food their kids need all the time.
It's all over the place.
But they also have the time in their day to prepare dinner for them every single night.
Yes.
Find me a single family with kids in the world that has that option right now.
Hey, nobody.
Even if you wanted to, it'd be impossible.
Yes.
I mean,
Well, if you don't have the bank, you're gonna have to figure something out, and it's not always gonna be that great.
Thinking even if you do have the bank, I mean, your kids, they're probably into multiple activities. How often do you even sit down together as a family and eat?
Yeah. And here's the thing. I don't want to hear from you stay-at-home moms either, or folks that had stay-at-home moms back in the day that had dinner on the table every single night. In today's world, two working spouses, partner, kids, whatever, they have a job. The kids have piano lessons, sports, friends, homework.
They're just things that disrupt that schedule.
I will say this, and you're gonna make a face.
I'm already making a face. I'm so mad at you already today.
Why? What did I do?
Well, first of all, you were talking about the eclipse bad. Second of all, you were being a dick about the Nilla wafers in the grocery store.
Right.
Then you won't go to the monster truck show with me, but you were saying.
All right. You let your kids choose the menu. Like you'll ask your children what, but most parents now will let the kids kind of dictate what's going to happen for dinner, and that might be a problem because now you start catering to what they want and what their little bodies need.
Question. How many kids do you hang around?
I was a child.
Yeah.
And I have met child.
Okay.
I have met multiple childs.
Find me a parent today that lets their kids dictate
No,
the
but like,
menu.
what do you want for dinner? Like, that's the thing. I've seen it.
I have never once in my life asked any of my children, what do you want
All right,
for
well,
dinner?
then you're doing a good thing.
That's most parents.
Bro, I have seen, and we know people, that these kids run the house. The house, they don't, the kids
Well, I will
get
say, I think my parents did that to an extent, but it was like, we have this or this. What do you want for dinner?
Yeah, but all right, but that's even like an
It
extremely
wasn't like an
limited-
open menu, like, I'll whip something up, whatever you want.
I've seen that.
The phone number is 252-WCMF.
They shop for the kid.
252-9263. How dare you? How dare you? A kid who admitted when you were younger and your mother was staying at home, she made you 3 full meals a day. And when I say full meals, I don't mean like a sandwich and chips on the side.
No, we had like at lunch, especially in the summertime.
Yeah.
It would be like spaghetti and it'd be like dinner with salad and everything.
Okay.
Wine.
And you're going to sit here.
Cigarettes.
And you're going to sit here and say kids today are spoiled with their food?
No, but I couldn't eat what I had to eat what she prepared.
Spaghetti and manigot and ravioli.
Manigot was delicious.
So shut up, dick. Spoiled ass, bitch ass, ugly ass, hypocritical ass, unaware ass. You don't take care of your kids. Cora's right about that.
And I'm guessing, like, if you get home, you're making dinner, you're tired, and your kid's just not eating it, at that point, you're just like,
Go to bed.
what do you want?
Go
You
to bed.
got to eat something.
No, I'm at that. My 13-year-old
You
tries that
make-
with me. I'm like, fine. You ain't eating nothing.
No,
But that's the way it should be. Like you gotta put the hammer down.
Okay, you mean what all parents are doing right now?
Man, all parents. I'm looking at some of these kids.
Oh my God.
Some of these kids, the chubbiness talks.
The chubbiness talks.
Put that on a T-shirt.
Kid can't fit in it.
The chubbly child is running the house.
The idea
Mm-hmm.
that the average family has the ability to sit down and eat together most nights, let alone have a
That'll be tough.
home-cooked meal full of delicious and healthy food, is an impossibility. And I would love to know the woman who wrote this letter, Cora's situation. If she works, if she has a spouse, what the spouse does,
Mm-hmm.
what her kids think of the situation they're in, because money makes a lot of problems go away.
It does.
Something most of us don't have a ton of. And even her suggestion about what to do if you don't have that money is laughable. But I know you feel the same way she does.
Well, you could obviously if you don't have the time, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You could food prep on a Sunday and prepare for the week.
Don't you always make fun of food prep guy?
Yeah,
sure
you
do.
do.
Yeah.
But don't listen to
You
me.
even say, it can't be good by Friday.
It can't be. I don't get it, man. But you could.
This sucks. Do this.
Give her a shrivelly pork chop on Friday. Keep the weight down.
Isn't that your nickname around your house, Shrivelly Pork Chop? I'm going to read you a quote from Cora's letter, Hate Mail of the Week, 252-WCMF. I see you guys on hold. Quote, there is no excuse for not having healthy food. Produce can be found cheap at the right places and for free in your own personal garden.
Well, you ain't growing a garden right now. What kind of food you getting out of your garden, lady?
Okay, thank you. And look, I would love to go to the farmer's market every weekend and buy all my produce like it's the 1920s. But life doesn't always allow that. And if you're broke, short on time, and stressed, the answer of having a garden in your backyard ain't exactly easy either.
No.
Right? Like back-breaking work for a tiny payoff possibly at
One
some
harvest
point.
You have to
year.
know what
Yeah.
you're doing a little bit.
No, that garden thing always does kill me. When they teach your kids to garden, why?
My wife loves to garden.
Yeah.
She's really good at it.
And that, if it's something she enjoys, then that's
It's
great.
work.
But here's the thing. We have a big garden in the backyard that she paid a bunch of money for to put like raised boxes and all the things. There's no way we could live off of what she grows in the
couldn't.
backyard in the summertime. It's
No.
impossible.
You get one. It's one and done, and you have to bust your ass to do it.
252
And you kind of get it all at once, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
it
it's
all
like,
comes
yeah,
in.
yeah.
That's why if you have a
Yeah.
neighbor with a garden, you are getting some tomatoes and
Yep.
zucchini, whether
Yes.
you want it or not.
But here's the thing. Like, you'll get a bunch of tomatoes at one time, and then a couple weeks later, a bunch of zucchinis at one time,
Yeah.
and a couple weeks later, here's the rhubarb. You know what I mean? Like,
and then we're done.
252 WCMF, Hate Mail of the Week. Cora writes us a letter talking about the easiest, best broke meal you can make for your kids. End of the week, the money ain't going to stretch. You got to make what's in the fridge, what's in the pantry. She writes, how dare you? How dare you feed your children this junk? Every parent who's a good parent should have vegetables and a full meal prepared at home.
Prepped up.
Every single night. And parents that don't do that are not only lazy, they should have their kids taken away. That's what she said in the letter. Let's talk to Jackson. Hello, Jackson.
Morning, everybody.
Oh, it's Jersey Jackson. What's going on, buddy?
Hey.
You're from the Garden State.
Yeah, we're from the Garden State, and this woman has unrealistic expectations.
Okay, so you got kids,
Much
right?
like your parents.
Garden.
You got kids, Jackson?
Yeah, I have 2 daughters.
Okay, and how old?
I've got a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old.
And he still has the highest voice in that house.
Why are you such a dick to Jackson?
He's just coming to me today. I don't know. It's a gift.
Well, Jackson, I just heard the break room that every parent these days goes to their child every day and goes, what would you like to have for dinner? Please feed me the menu that you would like to have. Right, Jackson? You guys do that.
Oh, yeah, okay. No one does that.
Thank you.
If I did that, there would be very little vegetables involved in the diet.
Okay, so Jackson, remind me, are you married?
We will be married next year.
All right, congratulations. So, like, the average week in your house, how many home-cooked meals do you have the ability to make for you 2 girls?
I try to do 3 to 4.
That's a lot of home-cooked meals.
That's pretty good.
But wait. What's a home-cooked meal? What'd you have last night?
Last night was meat sauce with pasta. It was something easy.
All right, that's easy. Nice.
Meat sauce with pasta.
Meat sauce and pasta, yeah.
Easy to do.
Okay, that's what he just said. He literally just said
Not really
that.
a home-cooked meal.
Yes,
oh, my
it
God,
is.
bro.
Oh, my God. You open up some of that Brother Weeze sauce, just throw it over the pasta, your kid gets
But
fat.
you
He's working
made
at Country
it at
Max.
home.
They're on a regular basis. I
can't
try to
believe how
have at
fat
least
Juan
one
got.
meat. I try to have a rice with a potato or a potato, and then I have I do the frozen veggies. Wegmans has $1 frozen veggies. Like, you got your broccoli, your corn.
Greatest
If you
invention
can't
of
get
all
the
time.
fresh stuff-
They make $1 frozen veggie?
Yeah, it's a bag of veggies for under $1, and you can throw in the microwave or pop it in a pan, and then they cook up. It's the greatest invention ever. We got a fridge full of them.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like $1.19 or something like that, and it's great. It works. It doesn't always happen. That's why, this will probably scare this woman, but I have backup of what the kids like. We have if they don't feel like having whatever, if I can't make dinner, I have backup of pasta and sauce, or I have a backup of they have ramen noodles, or I have stuff to make sandwiches. Things that the kids can make if I'm not in the mood to cook, because I work overnights. I work overnight, so the crock pot meals are always a blessing. I come home, I can throw things in the crock pot, and they'll cook all day, and then they've got a meal to go.
Yeah, that helium factory now 24/7.
And my 12-year-old is who's whispering in my ear right now in the background. She's she's learning to cook, and she likes to use the air fryer, and she likes to cook a little bit here and there for herself. Right now, her kick has been deviled eggs or potatoes.
Ooh.
I love me a deviled egg.
Oh, no, that sounds healthy, Tommy.
That's a homemade egg.
A homemade egg. A healthy homemade egg with mayonnaise and egg.
Yes.
Jackson, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
You're welcome.
You know, it's funny. Jackson brings up the whole, the emergency. You have to have the
backup plan.
Yeah, I got no time.
That stuff that stays good for a long time, like pasta, anything canned, stuff like that.
Frozen stuff is the key, right?
I always do when my mother just didn't give a crap, which was hard to imagine. But I knew when it was as frozen fish sticks.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were horrible.
I love frozen fish sticks.
Oh, bro, the technology is probably way better today
don't
than
know.
1960s frozen fish sticks.
I mean, maybe. I love frozen fish sticks when I was a kid because,
So
we
did
were
I.
Catholic, so we would have those on Fridays if we didn't go out for a fish fry. But, talking about the frozen stuff, to this woman's letter, these people who are judging you as a parent for what you're putting in your kids' bodies, right? That little voice shows up in your head when you're at the grocery store, and you know that I have to find something emergency, and it makes you do things that don't even make sense. Like, for example, I'll buy frozen pizzas for my daughters, and I gotta make dinner quick, boom. But I'll buy the frozen pizzas that have vegetables on them.
So they're a healthier bad choice.
Are they?
Well, I mean,
it can't be
it
that
ain't
much better.
Bro, it's got to be better than sausage and pepperoni, which is like two of the worst processed things you can eat.
Okay, but it's still a frozen effing pizza, right? Like you're not, you know.
But
what
again,
I mean?
like I don't know, like is the technology better? Are the vegetables better now than back when I was a kid?
But I'm only buying it because I have that voice of
Yeah.
people like Cora in the back of my head, like no vegetables for your kids. Okay, I'll get the zucchini pizza.
That's got to be all right.
Probably not. I don't know. I don't even look at the back of a man. I'm afraid to see what that nutritional
It's
stuff
got,
looks like.
bro. If it has a big paragraph of food, they put a lot of food in that pizza. This is good. That's a good healthy. The more letters, the better.
Wegmans makes a couple dynamite frozen vegetable pizzas, and I don't know if they're good for you.
Oh, that's weird, man. That's weird.
What?
You said Wegmans? And
Yeah, they
pizza?
do. Yeah.
Buddy might swear it off him. He said the pizza no good.
Frozen pizza, different
Oh,
argument.
so wait. The
It
fresh
is.
pizza that they
Yes.
went to Italy to learn how to make, no good. The frozen
We didn't
stuff.
say it wasn't good. We just said
it's
there's
like
better.
a Rome and a winner with the frozen pizza
The frozen
pie.
pizza's a different category of pizza.
Dude, okay, that's like your fifth old man wave today.
I know.
think you're over your limit.
I'm gonna have Tommy John surgery.
No, did you hear me say emergency pizza?
Right.
Emergency pizza. 252 WCMF will take one more call. Cora writes us our hate mail of the week saying, all you parents that in a pinch are feeding your kids not healthy food should have your kids take it away. Pete's got the last word. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I used to worry about that too because me and my wife, we usually get home around 6 o'clock, and it's like, okay, now we got to feed the kids because it's late, they're hungry. So we used to do like a quick, meal for them. Whether it's, we called it like snack plates for my daughter, ham, bologna, turkey, string cheese, yogurt, that kind of thing. Now it got to the point because like we would cook for them, and then me and my wife would end up sitting down like 8:30 at night. Now my son ends up having 2 meals just because he loves it, pretty much anything I make now.
So he gets 2 dinners out of the thing?
Well, he usually asks for like whatever we're having at night, and we started realizing that he's just trying to put off his bedtime because he keeps saying that he's hungry.
Yeah, that's why actually most guys are fat because you want to stay up past Looney Tunes when you were a kid. I'm not even exaggerating.
All right.
Watch out for that, Pete. Watch out.
Yeah, but no, it's kind of nice now because like I'll get home and he'll go, "What are you making?" And now we're starting to get into a routine of like, okay, like we could push his dinner time a little bit so that he can actually have whatever I'm making. It's not just for 2 of us anymore.
All right, but Petey, like out of 7 days of the week, how many days do you think you're preparing meals for the kids?
4, maybe 5.
Okay, I mean, look, I'm shocked that we had 2 guys that have the ability to prepare
Yeah.
4 meals a week for their kids. That's great.
Well, see, our life got kind of flipped upside down last year. So my wife used to do a lot of the cooking for us just because of when I got home from work. And now, because of what happened, I'm the one that's doing all the cooking because she's so exhausted by the time she gets home from work that,
Sure.
I'm pretty much doing everything now.
Well, hey, man, Petey, keep fighting the good fight, bud. You're doing a great
Doing
job.
everything for this family.
Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. We bring up
She
pizza.
does nothing.
We bring up pizza, and you just go full Godfather for the
I know
rest
he
of the
does. He's done.
All right, Tommy, this next break should be a warning to you.
To me.
And it's actually a scary story. There is an older man who was seriously hurt, at least according to police, based on an interaction with a guy. Why are you laughing? You don't even know the story. Stop it.
I'm not laughing.
What, really?
It's gas.
Yeah? No, we heard the gas a second ago.
I thought that was you.
No!
Oh.
Your ass made it onto a microphone.
I put a new read in.
These are the 2 worst generations
Yeah.
to get in an argument.
All right.
Because both of them are full of you-know-what and vinegar.
Oh, yeah.
Both of them have something to prove.
So they locked horns, huh?
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Somebody got hurt? you said?
Only one of them still has it.
Oh. Ooh.
We'll tell you the story
All right.
next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's old man versus young man, a legitimate battle of the generations.
Wow.
Like someone is hurt because, according to police, a Gen Zer and a baby boomer had some kind of issue.
Were they locked horns?
Well, Tommy, there's a big-time lesson for both the young set and the old set in what happened, according to police,
All right.
to this older man. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Don't forget, we got comedian Bert Kreischer tickets. He's coming to town, Darien Lake Amphitheater, June 23rd. Don't call now. Here's what I'll do for you. Sit tight for a little while. We will get you those tickets to see comedian Bert Kreischer, shirtless and all, in the 9 o'clock hour.
Wow.
So sit tight. We'll get you those, your friends here in the break room on CMF. A man in Newark is in some serious trouble.
What happened?
After an alleged incident at a gas station. Authorities say the 23-year-old man assaulted a 62-year-old man.
Ooh, he's in trouble.
He's accused of punching the 62-year-old man in the face, which resulted in the victim suffering a concussion and whiplash. We don't know what his condition is right now. Obviously, we hope he's okay. The 23-year-old has been charged with assault, was sent to the Wayne County Jail to await arraignment. So, Tommy, here's the thing.
Yeah.
We have no idea what caused this alleged punch.
No.
We do know there are no charges for robbery in the story. There are no charges for harassment in the story. It's possible this was just a disagreement that escalated to an assault.
Probably.
And if that's the case, and we're just speculating, in a hypothetical situation, a 23-year-old arguing with a 62-year-old are the two worst ages of people to get into it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because they're both kind of in the same boat.
How so?
Nothing to lose.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
I'm too old and I don't care, and I'm too young. You can't tell me what to do, and I got nothing else going on, old man.
Okay. So the average 23-year-old is still full of...
all of it.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You
to
haven't
the
learned.
brim.
You haven't learned all the lessons yet.
Right.
100%. And you're full of that machismo and masculinity. And if you have gotten in fights at 23, you've probably hit other guys your age.
Yeah.
Those guys can take a punch much differently than a man in his 60s. Part of that is a short fuse in your early 20s. The other part of is the naivete or majesty of what damage you could do to a man in his 60s.
Absolutely.
But on the other side of it, for guys in their 60s, would you agree, Tommy, that men in their 60s can be known to escalate a situation?
Oh, yeah. Like I've already, and I know you've done this too, I've already painted out the scenario what happened in my head.
Now, we're obviously not talking about this specific man because we don't know the details. He could have just been sucker punch and that was it.
No, but old men, like myself, yes, we are the same person.
In the 60s, in your 60s, that's what the age when the anger starts to take hold. Things are different.
Stubbornness.
There's so much disrespect in the world, Kimmy. And when I was that age, we acted with class. And if you think, just because I'm older, that I can't hold my own, well, you are. And then they're on the ground unconscious.
We'll tell you something. You mess with the bull, you're going to get the horn. You pull it out too far, the man's going to step on it. I'm going to be like an onion. I'm going to get in your eye.
You know they'll call them a millennial too because every young person from now on is just a millennial.
100% right.
No matter what their age.
I hope you're wearing a jacket because it's going to be cold on the floor.
Man, you got good ones today. I've never heard the onion one before. Look, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A 20-something man versus a 60-something man is the argument that is most likely to end in a disaster because, like you said, Tommy, they both feel like they have something to prove just existing. And on top of that, they are the least likely to diffuse a situation because what kind of common ground can a 20-something and a 60-something find? It doesn't exist.
No.
Why are you laughing? This is not a funny story.
No, the story isn't, but the scenario is.
Well, I'm
you know what I
trying to
mean.
Think what you at 20, what you could have had in common with a 60-year-old in your 20s.
I'm the wrong guy to ask.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah,
But
for some
most
reason,
20-year-olds.
he knows. You know a lot of old men that you stay in contact
Yeah,
with
you
that
do.
aren't in your family.
No, you're right.
You have something for short Italian men.
And Jerry.
Oh yeah, he's not Italian.
No, blue-eyed, great hair.
Oh.
He's an Adonis of his 60-year-old. No, man, I don't know. Like when the job I had when I was 15 made me an old man immediately, so I related to
All
him.
right.
I don't know.
I also think maybe a 60-year-old now is more angry about respect than a 60-year-old when we were younger because like that 60-year-old when we were in our teens could have been a veteran or you know what I mean? Like you kind of had this like level of respect for that generation because you assumed like they've been through like these wars.
No,
and
that's a
stuff
good point.
Like that.
When we were teenagers, that was a Vietnam vet.
Whereas they may not have been fighting for that respect as much as a 60-year-old now.
Okay, that's a good point.
I don't know if that makes you angrier.
All right, so then the question becomes this.
What's
Phone
that?
number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this 23-year-old man accused of punching a 62-year-old man at a gas station in Newark. Do most men over 50 think they could handle themselves in a fight against a young punk?
Oh, sure.
All right, walk through this with me, Tommy. The baby boomer generation looks at themselves as tougher than the younger set.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Sure. Every generation like that does. Yeah.
They look at their man buns and their craft beer and their trivia nights, and you own all your own tools and you have a subscription to Field and Stream, so obviously the answer is.
You got soft hands, cutting money your whole life.
And if that makes you feel better about getting older, being tougher than millennials and Gen Zers, look, God bless you, man. Whatever gets you through the
I'm
day.
a silver sneaker son.
The problem shows up when that idea is put into practice because those young guys are not as soft as you think. And in the end, it comes down to pure biology.
Yeah.
They're younger, they're faster, they're stronger, they can take a punch better, their brains are sharper. No man in his 20s should take a shot at a man in his 60s.
No.
But if that man in his 60s is in that argument, he needs to find a way to stop making it worse. And again, I'm not saying that's what happened here, but in a hypothetical situation, if things do get to throwing down, that 60-year-old is in serious trouble.
I also think guys my age think they'd never hit an old man. It's almost like a drunk woman at a bar and an angry old man are pretty much the same mentality.
Okay.
You're not going to hit a woman and you're not going to hit somebody my age, and but you're putting a lot of faith in that other person.
See, I'm going to disagree with you there, and here's why. I don't think that average 60-year-old guy, when he's heated, sees himself as old. I think when that anger takes over, they see themselves with 20, 30-year-old eyes again. Because I'm mad, and I'm going to do something about it.
I also think every generation stays in better shape than the one before them, so they don't see that 60-year-old.
Name my daddy's 60.
They may feel like they've kept up more, like I can still hang, I can still do those things.
Sure.
I mean, I look at my father as a 65-year-old man, and as a 60-year-old man. He was an old man.
Sure.
Like, he had major medical issues. He never took care of himself. Heavy smoker.
Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't. There was no health to him.
No, I hear you, man. My dad's in his 60s now, and you see what a shining example of fitness he is.
He looks fantastic, man. Yeah. He's guarding the baseball field as we speak.
No, he just bought a new couch to make a blazer for this summer. And look, before I get the angry old man Facebook message,
you're gonna get him.
And here's the thing: when I say that it comes down to biology and you're in serious trouble if you throw down, there is no shame in that. To get your ass kicked by a 20-something guy, right? Like, you had your day, you were glorious. Like, remember, Tommy, how great every 50 and 60-year-old man was when he was younger. You guys were something. But even Ali got embarrassed by Larry Holmes.
Yeah.
And I use that reference because only 50 and 60-year-olds got it. That's how much I care about you guys.
But then we get this mixed message on television where I see these ads for people my age. We're surfing, we're fishing, zip lining, man. We're popping.
Staying young.
I mean, we also got a pecker pill.
Okay.
So
I don't know how you're going to use that with a 20-year-old man you're in an argument with.
Oh, I'm going to poke you, son. I'll get your eye like an onion.
God, it does smell like an onion. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Look, I know you guys in your 50s and 60s and 70s. You were tough. You're angry. You don't like being talked to a certain way. You don't like the disrespect you see every day. But when it comes to physical stuff, you got to diffuse the situation.
Schwarzenegger still got it?
Let's talk to Johnny. Hey, Johnny, you're on CMF, buddy. What's going on?
Duffy, you're forgetting about old man strength.
Okay.
So
Go on, I'm
my
sorry.
buddies we were about 23, 24. We went to a biker bar, and the smallest guy in our group starts running his mouth like Tommy. They beat the crap out of all of us with ease.
Okay.
And we were in good shape.
Now, look, I feel like there are certain segments of the older population that have the ability to,
motorcycle gang.
Yeah, like when you say biker bar, Johnny, I understand it.
Yeah.
But see, even that story is a problem. Because you telling that story, and then every once in a while, Tommy, you'll see on like the news, like 60-year-old man takes over a younger assailant and kicks the crap out of him. Johnny, you know why those are news stories? Because it never happens.
Very rare.
Right? Like, that gives guys the cojones to be like, he could do it. I don't show you how we do it here. And you talk like this because you're in your 60s. Like, Johnny, how old are you now, buddy?
42.
42 years old. Do you think if
He's
you got
on a
into
bubble.
Yeah, that's that middle-aged kind of.
He's the worst.
You could go either way.
If you got into a fight or got into an argument with a 23-year-old, do you think you could take that average 23-year-old man?
If his name is Skyler, absolutely.
We met a Skyler? I wouldn't mess with that Skyler, man. He's terrifying.
Yeah.
Of course, we all think that we will, right?
But that's what I'm trying to say, right? Like, Johnny, have the fantasy. When you're going to bed at night, close your eyes and imagine yourself kicking the crap out of every Gen Zer if you want to. But when it comes down to real life, I just want you to stay safe, buddy. The odds are against you, Johnny.
Every night I imagine some Gen Zers breaking into my house and me being able to kick the crap out of 3 of them at the same time.
Chuck Norris style.
Goodbye.
Johnny, thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Fantasy and reality.
I know, but usually they blur.
No.
They do, though.
No.
Like
I
in your
also
mind,
think-
how you feel about yourself.
I also think that, if you're an older person taking on some 20-something, that kid that started a fight with you has been in some fights.
Probably.
Like if that kid's willing to get physical with you, like he's ready for it, he's in that kind of world where this isn't new to him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like the least likely person you're going to win against is that angry 20-something.
Great point. And we got Facebook messages coming in, and I knew these were coming, and I understand. Look, this is a hard thing to talk about, right? It's talking about getting older. It's talking about being a different person than you think you are. Facebook message comes in from Ron. Come on. Of course, it's a 60-year-old Ron. Ron says, Duffy, you're talking a lot about the guy who was assaulted and not about the guy who did the assaulting. Why are you pinning it on the 60-year-old? Again, I'm not talking about this specific case, right? We don't know what happened here.
Right.
And you're right.
Just in general.
I have been talking about 60-year-old men and kind of putting it on their shoulders. And here's why. As angry and unreasonable and ridiculous as you guys in your 50s and 60s can get, you are more reasonable than a 20-something.
Well, you should be the adult in the room.
There's that. You've also lived longer.
Oh, yeah.
You've been that kid.
Yep. You've seen more things. That 20 to 25-year-old still doesn't have full comprehension of consequences. They may not know their own strength. They may not understand the damage they could do to you at your age. You have to be the cooler head here because you can't trust a 20-something-year-old man to act with reason. Fair?
Okay, all right.
Is that fair?
I'll knock you dizzy, son. I'll knock you so dizzy your grandchildren will be spinning.
Do you think it bothers you more? Do you think it bothers an older guy getting into a fight with a younger guy more to let it go and let that kid think he won or get your ass kicked?
Ooh.
Well, no man can let anything go.
Like I almost wonder how many guys would still take the ass kicking rather than walk away, be mature, walk away, and let that kid think he won an argument.
Here's your answer. You think you'd rather take an ass kicking than let the kid think he won. Until you get your ass kicked.
All right, fair.
In which case you're sitting there going, you know what? I probably could have walked away from that
But you'd have to be a
situation."
very evolved 60-year-old man to have that kind of like Henry Kissinger negotiating with the Vietnam crew, like making them think they want. Yeah, but you would have to have some really good skill.
You can just walk away.
That's what I'm saying. Like just walking away, that kid probably thinks, "Yeah, I told him," and you have to like deal with that. You'd have to let that go.
And like, here's the thing: I'm not even in my 60s yet. I'm 37 years old. That would bother me. Kimmy, I'll admit that would bother
I think
me.
it would
walking
bother
away.
a lot of people if you get to that point where you're in an argument with somebody. It's a bigger thing to do to walk away. It's a safer option, but it's still going to bother you that you never got the last word or
that's the problem. Like, let's say you walk away and then the kid goes, "Yeah, I knew it.
Yeah,
I knew it. Old bark and old bite, old man. Why don't you go home to mommy?"
It would bother me.
Yeah.
But hold on. I've also had this situation, a very fortunate, unique situation where I've been punched in the face so many times, I know how much it hurts. And that also may be part of this, right? How many fights are you getting in between the age of 25 and 60?
Hopefully none.
But that's it. You may not have been punched in the face for 40 years.
Yeah.
And just speaking from personal experience, having done that adult boxing match 2 years ago, the thing that was the most different was how well I was able to take a punch. I could not believe how much those punches affected me compared to what
And
it
that's
was
with
like.
gloves and headgear.
And these guys weren't
mouthpiece.
No one's trying to kill each other.
Yeah.
Everyone was just in there, being cool. And like the first couple shots I took, I was like, whoa, Something changed, and I'm only halfway there, man.
Yeah.
Just keep that in mind. We're just looking out for you
All
guys.
right.
We love you. You can be cranky, you can be dicks, but we still love you.
Just let him have the pump.
There you go, man. Let's take a break. Very scary situation yesterday for some reason. Well, 2 of the biggest social media sites were down.
Oh.
And you were watching people go through the stages of grief in real time because they couldn't believe it. Then they were trying to reason.
Well, this is the second time this has happened, right?
Well, not with these specific ones.
But the
because
other ones have gone down and they didn't know why.
This happens every once in a while because you're talking about the AT&T situation 2 weeks ago. But because it happened on this day after the non-belief, disbelief, and the reasoning, came the conspiracy theories. And we'll get into it next to the breaker on 96.5 WCMF. I mean, look, we talked about this slightly yesterday.
What's that?
Well, our unhealthy relationship with social media.
Yeah.
How people are getting scammed because they believe that their Facebook is being taken away forever and they just surrender all their information. And proof of that happened just like 2 hours after we had the discussion because it was the legitimate stages of grief before the conspiracy theories kicked in. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Yesterday, for around 90 minutes, Facebook and Instagram, both owned by Meta, went down.
So they tanked.
They went down.
It's like midday?
Between 10 a.m. and noon.
Well, that's the hot hours. That's when everything starts popping.
The hot Facebook hours?
Yeah.
So to talk about it, people flooded Twitter, which is also funny. Right. It was nothing but people who normally use Instagram and Facebook on Twitter like, what's going on with Instagram? So people, first off, did not believe it was happening. Right? Like, no, mine's working, yours isn't. Oh, wait, mine's not working. Then came the reasoning, like maybe they were working on some kind of thing and it'll be back up any second.
Technical issues.
And then what came next?
Conspiracy theories.
Well, it doesn't take long for those people to show up, right?
Well, yesterday, Tommy, might have been the worst day for this to happen.
Why?
Well, it was Super Tuesday.
Oh, the elections,
15 states and one in Puerto Rico, was it? Had their primary elections.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, accusations of a cyber attack from 19 different kinds of people.
I mean, that's not an unreasonable thought, though.
Okay.
But wouldn't it affect all social media?
Yeah, like you'd leave Twitter up.
Yeah.
You'd leave TikTok up, but you'd take down
Right.
Facebook and Meta. I mean,
There's still other ways,
I guess you could have tried the other ones, and that's the only one that worked.
Ooh.
Okay, look, why do you believe every conspiracy? Like, you weren't even thinking this until I brought it up, and now you're like, well, that's what I want to believe.
No, but I've been hearing some stuff, man, on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram.
What you been hearing?
Bad stuff. There's some bad hombres out there, buddy.
So the idea was they're going to take down social media on Super Tuesday to throw things into chaos, and it's just a test run, buddy, until the actual presidential election.
But social media already throws things into chaos. Like, I would almost think taking that away actually does the opposite.
It's a great point,
You know
Kimmy.
what I mean?
The idea being, well, if Facebook and Instagram aren't up, one, I can't remind people to go out and vote.
Right, I can't rock the vote.
Yep. Two, I can't have celebrities telling people who they think they should vote for.
And I can't post a picture of myself with my little sticker that says, I voted.
And what's the point of going to vote if you don't post a picture that says I voted?
That's right.
Facebook says it is an issue with their servers, but that didn't stop folks from believing what they want. And again, an investigation continues, much like the AT&T situation you brought up from 3 weeks ago, where people believed that was some kind of cyber attack, even though AT&T said, yeah, we screwed it up. I mean, what's that principle where it's always the easiest explanation?
The path of least resistance?
No, there's a...
Easy Street?
No, there's a word. The most simple explanation is usually the right one. What is that called?
There's like one word for that?
Yes, it's called... Kimmy's Googling it.
It's probably some French-ass word.
French-ass word. I got to be honest with you. Just a quick sidebar. Working on this show makes me feel so much better about myself. Because I can't remember...
You're welcome.
I can't remember a very simple word that I've used a dozen times.
And you said it's one word to say taking the easy
one word.
One word or a phrase.
I don't... Well, that phrase ain't one word. You can't have a one-word phrase.
The most simple explanation is usually the right one. And there's a phrase for it, but I can't remember it. And I feel stupid. And then you open your mouth and you make me feel 1,000 times...
Laissez-faire. Laissez-faire.
Laissez-faire is not.
No, lazy.
Lazy.
Occam's razor.
Occam's razor?
Yes.
What is it?
Occam's razor. You've never heard that before? The most likely explanation.
I have never heard of that word.
The explanation that requires the fewest assumptions is usually correct.
Occam's razor?
Occam's razor. You've never heard that?
In my 64
I've never
years
really
on
heard
this
anybody
planet.
use that regularly, where it would come to my mind.
Didn't you steal so many Occam's razors you didn't have to buy any?
I stole all of them, even Occam's.
No, but I mean, like,
I ended up growing a beard.
What's easier to pull off? Is it some foreign government or some internal terrorist organization taking down social media, or is it the idea that Facebook just screwed up that day?
Well, it's kind of boring just saying that. Conspiracies are a lot more entertaining.
Okay, well, but
theater of the mind, right?
Are you trying to get the information, or are you trying to be entertained?
I'm keeping my eye on that North Korea situation.
Okay.
I hear they hacking.
Very.
They ain't hacking. The Russians is hacking.
Well, it's my new favorite segment we're going to do on Thursdays.
Were they hacking?
Were they hacking? It's always North Korea.
It's always China.
Say, now that
China's hacking.
No, you didn't hear the Post. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, yesterday, a 90-minute to 2-hour outage with all the Meta properties. That's Facebook and Instagram. Folks were freaking out because they couldn't get their posts for 2 hours. Then come the conspiracy theories that some foreign government or some internal terrorist organization was taking out social media on Super Tuesday. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
Hi. So I'm just wondering, so you in the States couldn't access your stuff and people around the world couldn't access their stuff. So what does that have to do with Super Tuesday or anything like that?
Yeah, see?
Chaos.
Someone like you would think that.
That's chaos.
And you're it's right under your nose.
Didn't you watch Get Smart? Chaos was always up to something.
Kenny has no idea what that is.
You don't know who Get Smart was?
I do. I just have never
Good
seen
for
it.
you. I'm glad.
Can you describe it?
No.
I have some advice. If you believe in conspiracy theories and you believe, or rather the outage is affecting your life so much, find the highest cliff that you can and jump. We don't need you.
Jeremy, what are you doing? Like you're
Yeah,
describing, bye, Jeremy, 90% of America.
I could look finding a cliff around here.
Look, it's easy to sit here and be like, yeah, it shouldn't matter so much. But it does to a lot of people.
It does.
Yeah.
It does to a lot of people.
It is funny when this happens, though. I think a lot of people do realize how much they're on it throughout the day.
Too much people.
Because you might think, like, oh, you like check it occasionally. But then when it's not there to just,
You miss it.
check in on every once in a while, it's a weird feeling.
I found myself, because I knew Instagram wasn't there, checking Instagram every 5 minutes.
Because of the FOMO.
Yeah, compulsion. And you're right. I realized
It's
yesterday.
just a habit at this point.
Yeah, I don't like it, but like when it came back, it wasn't like I've learned my lesson. It was like, oh, Instagram's back. Let me try and find everything I've missed for the last 2 hours when nothing was really going on.
No.
But you get all those good, quick updates on everything.
Bro, you're not looking for updates. You're looking for pictures. Once again, you sent us a picture of
Dynamite picture this morning.
I'm not
Dynamite.
I'm not saying the picture wasn't great of people we know, but that's all you use it for. You're not using it for news.
But at least, it's news to you. It was like an update to a certain somebody.
It's getting to the point where I think you've repeated pictures and forgotten about them.
Do you think I sent you this
Have
one?
we seen that picture
I think
before?
I've seen that picture. Unless I've seen one very similar.
Well, the picture from the day before I know is new because that face is getting fat. The picture I said, that dude's face that head is as big as it's ever going to get.
He should buy bigger T-shirts.
I don't think they make shirts that big a hole.
Let's take a break. Look, today we're just looking out for people, right?
Okay.
Like, we talk about older guys getting in fights with younger guys. We don't want you to get hurt, so try and diffuse the situation. We talk about social media yesterday and the conspiracy theories and the anxiety, and hey, you don't need social media the way you think they do, or think you do. And today, now, we're here to help you with your marriage.
Oh.
Because there's a new study out that says the less experience in the bedroom you have, the better your marriage is going to be.
How does that work?
Well, see,
for a dude?
They're going to explain all of it.
You're going to be a fumble tongue?
A fumble tongue?
You think she's going to like that? Fumble tongue?
Why? That's going to be a thing now.
Yep.
And I'm upset about it.
Why? You didn't think of it.
No, I just don't want to hear you say fumble tongue 15 times in the next discussion because I know you're going to do it.
No, that's it. I'm done.
Done saying what?
Fumble tongue.
He's going to fumble his fumble tongue.
Yes, he is. Fumble tongue.
Not last night. Fumble tongue was doing it right with your mouth.
Okay, great. You have to be aware of where some of these studies come from, and that's where this discussion gets interesting because you can make an argument legitimately for both ways.
I don't see how you can make one for not being experienced in the rack.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCM Fumble Tongue. This is going to cause an argument.
What happened?
Well, look, there are legitimate reasons why both sides of this discussion could lead to a better long-term relationship.
Oh.
Yet the data we have in front of us suggests if you want to have a great marriage, you'd better have kept it in your pants before you met the love of your life.
Why?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We got tickets to see comedian Bert Kreischer. His Fully Loaded Comedy Festival is coming to Darien Lake June 23rd, courtesy of Live Nation. Do not call now.
Oh, my God. You've been talking about this all day.
I told you I would do the 9 o'clock
When?
hours. I'm going to tell you what. How about this?
What?
If you're watching the live stream, you're going to get the full effect.
What's that?
Sit around for a little while longer.
Okay.
Wink. I wasn't winking at you. I was wink at the live stream.
You can't even look at you.
You don't even get my winks anymore. It's all for the viewers.
God.
Wink, wink, wink. We will have you those Bert Kreischer tickets. Stop calling. I see you, Virginia. We have caller ID. We'll get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
The fewer sexual partners you have, the better the odds you are happy in your marriage.
But, okay, so that's from the perspective of pleasing your partner or just
happy marriage?
Me being happy in my marriage.
Marriage is good, which I
Happy,
guess pleasing
content.
your partner would be part of that. So
But I haven't experienced much.
Maybe that's what leads to that feeling.
a study on sexuality and marriage found that fewer premarital sex partners meant higher odds that you are in a good and strong, long-lasting relationship with the one you fell for.
But you haven't woken up all your sexual taste buds.
For example, don't ever say that sentence again.
Sexual taste buds? That'd be a great name for a cover band.
We're sexual taste buds, thank you! For example, people who were virgins before marriage reported much higher levels of happiness and satisfaction than folks with multiple partners.
So that's having like no partners before marriage.
Thank you for defining virgins, Kimmy. Furthermore,
Well, I thought you meant like fewer partners.
Yes, furthermore.
Okay.
People that had one sexual partner were almost 3 times as likely to say divorce was not on their mind and twice as likely to say they were very satisfied in their marriage compared to people with more than that. And the higher you went, the study found, the less satisfying people said their marriage was. To quote folks running the story, I know you're trying to get in here. I understand. I just want to give you no, I want to give you all the information before you start running your mouth.
I'm listening.
Quote. Sexually inexperienced couples are 2 to 3 times more likely to be in a high, stable marriage.
So both of them together, though, not just one.
This is what it seems, yes.
Okay, so is there something here where they're not reporting?
Right.
Is that these are very religious couples?
It's interesting you bring that up because it is important to tell you at this point who ran the study.
Mm-hmm.
It was run by Brigham Young University.
Oh, my God. So they're talking to Mormons.
If you are unfamiliar with BYU, it is a conservative
They don't
Mormon
even know
college.
the joys of coffee.
All right.
Now, and again, if you're not familiar with Mormons, they are big on no premarital sex for religious reasons. And even if that didn't skew the study on purpose, if they conducted a study in Utah where the campus is, that could have also screwed with the numbers because there are not a lot of folks in that area who aren't. There are more folks in that area influenced by religion than any other place in America.
Absolutely.
Okay, fair. So I'll ask this question then. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is a marriage better with a little to no premarital sex experience, or is it better with a bunch of premarital sex experience? The phone number is 252-WCMF. Thoughts?
I would think the more experience you have, you're a more well-rounded person. You know what you like and what you don't like.
Okay.
Because if you've never experienced anything, if you lay down with somebody and that's their move and you don't like it, well, this is what you chose.
No, you're right. I mean, you're more well-rounded. You know what makes you go, and you know what makes you go, ooh.
Right.
And you would also think that someone who has more notches in their bedposts would be more confident in the bedroom.
Yeah.
Right?
Knows how to work a finger. Oh. That's what she said.
Kimmy, I'm going to talk to you. Yeah, she sighed in disgust.
So disturbed.
Kimmy, sexual communication is very important, especially as a relationship gets on in years and the initial spark of the attraction isn't there anymore.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So, like, you would think that people who have had more partners, and I'm just throwing something out there, would be better at sexual communication.
Yes and no, because you may be afraid to bring something up based on another relationship you know what I mean? Like, I can also understand being afraid to offend somebody if they're not, up to your standard that you know.
Okay.
So, I would think that maybe you might be more open to learning together and
She gonna be open.
learning together and figuring out what you don't like if you're both kind of new to it.
So wait a minute, you're kind of on the side of this study.
I'm kind of coming around on maybe I can understand why you may be more
Don't do
content.
that before marriage because your marriage is not going to work out well.
Why you might be more content if you're doing that, if you're both in it together, you're both in the same place. Again, you're both learning together, so that would maybe open up a lane of communication that other couples might not have.
So you're taking the ignorance is bliss angle here. If you don't know what you're missing, every time you have sex, it's the greatest sex you've ever
I'm
had.
sure that maybe at some point the curiosity kicks in, but you wouldn't even know, to your point, what you're missing out on.
All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I see you guys trying to get in. I would love to know, Tommy, how long the people they had talked to in the study had been married. Because the first 3 years of their marriage, I mean, everybody's super happy in the first 3 years of their marriage.
But things change.
But yeah, and the sex is amazing. Is it the same 10, 15, 20 years in if you've only had 1, 2, none sexual partners?
It just doesn't make any sense that if you've only had one partner your entire life, you wouldn't have very much of a perspective of what sex is outside of your own little world.
But that's just it. Again, like, if you've only had one steak your entire life, that would be the greatest steak you ever had.
Right, but that's not really a valid opinion if you've never tasted all the steak. If you've only had one steak your whole life, and I ask you what's a good steak, and you say that's not a good opinion because you haven't had any experience with any other meat.
I get it, but that's my steak. I'm not going to give you a piece of my steak. That's my steak.
But you wouldn't go to that person for their opinion knowing they only eat the same thing every day.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but this isn't about these people telling you what makes a marriage good. These are about what makes their marriage strong.
I will say this. I would trust that opinion of an earlier marriage than a marriage that has gone super long.
Explain what you mean.
Like you see these people that have been married for like 40, 50 years, diamonds, silver anniversaries. I never trust their opinions about anything.
But they made it 40, 50 years.
Yeah. Right, but they're not giving you the whole story.
What do you mean?
Like, how's your sex life? Same as the day I met her. You lie. You so
Well,
lie,
do you
old man.
want
You can't
details?
hit
'Cause
the
I
toilet
don't.
anymore, man, on a good day. And you're telling me you're still bringing it, Honcho? I don't think so.
No, but if you take the early on advice, they're still head over heels in love with each other. You can't take that.
No, middle of the round.
So
Like
10, 20, 30?
10, 15.
Okay.
30, you're kind of pushing it.
Okay. God forbid you're in love with somebody and you only have eyes for them, and it may be the best sex.
I always, and this is going to sound terrible, but
Buckle
when
up, everybody.
when I meet people that have been with the same person their entire life, I kind of feel sad for them because they really haven't experienced.
But are they sad?
They don't know. They
well,
don't
but
know.
I get, but,
They don't
but
know, man.
You don't know till you have
I know
that
what you're
hoe.
saying. I know what you're saying. Like you feel
Wait,
like
your
they.
mom was there? You were
My
saying
mother was
Sorry.
a very good sexual partner. Like my mother did things she didn't like to. My mother would do things for my father that she didn't like to do just to put a smile on his face.
That doesn't make her a good sexual partner. That makes her a hostage.
Well, she did this.
Stop. Bro, there's people watching on the live stream. Stop it now. I can't tell if that's a dying spider or she's giving your father a prostate exam. God, man.
Oh, and by the way, she did that too, bro.
Can I ask a second?
Almost got her kicked out of the home.
Can I ask a follow-up
Are you
question?
sure
I know I'm
you
going to
want
regret.
to?
I'm going to regret it, but I have to ask it. How do you know what your mother was doing sexually to your father?
You kind of, he talked about it a little bit when he bought her those surgical gloves. Why do you ask questions and wave me off when you get the
I
answer?
don't know. I shouldn't have done that.
My father brought up at one point that he went to BJ's and bought a box of surgical gloves because my mother was getting dry down there and he needed to put them on when he was doing his business.
What, you talking about Dr. Stinkfinger?
Oh, yeah. Daddy goes to the wrist.
That's your dad and your mom. That's your dad and your mom. And by the way,
Didn't stop him.
Every guy already knows.
Hey, he wasn't down there going, hey, you know what's going on right now? Tommy's dad's fist. No.
That's your mother.
I don't know what he was. I mean, they had fun. Well, he had fun.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We started this conversation with a study that showed that people that had fewer sexual partners were more likely to say that their marriage was better, stronger.
Stable.
Yes. And that folks who were virgins before they met each other were at the highest chance of reporting happiness, satisfaction than folks with multiple partners. Now, take this with a grain of salt, because again, the study was done by Brigham Young University, a conservative Mormon college, and that could have screwed with a whole bunch of stuff, right? We don't know. Yeah. But now the discussion is it more partners or less partners before you get married that would make your marriage more satisfying? James is on CMF. Hey, James, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, how you guys doing?
Good,
I haven't heard from you. Yeah, I haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, you call us. We don't call you, James. We don't have your number.
Anyway, this study done by Brigham Young, that's the Mormons, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, didn't they practice multiple partners at one time?
Okay, there was a time in...
There was a time.
Thank you.
Polygamy.
Look, yeah, there was polygamy, but I don't want
But that was way back.
Yeah, it was outlawed like years ago.
And then they realized, wow, this is a bad idea for many reasons.
But there are still people who...
There's a sect that
yeah, but isn't recognized by the Mormon Church
but
and
it's
still
really
participates.
small.
Yeah, you got it.
But they still do that, yeah.
Well, but again...
Well, they do it. I mean, it's not just... There's places all around the country that kind of do that in small segments.
Yes, I mean, you can't base the entire Mormon Church on people that broke away from the Mormon Church and do things the way they did. There's Christian, Jewish, Muslim sects that do the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. But people that I see that have been married for 20 or 30 years or more, they keep the romance going.
No, they don't.
And they're best friends, too. I mean, it's hard to do, but...
Yeah, it is. They don't.
Yeah, it is. It's very hard to do.
No, but look, there are people...
He's one of these guys that...
He's divorced.
But
not to blow up your spot, James. I'm just trying to keep Tommy abreast of the situation.
I know. I had a life change. I had a life, changing experience, though. And, but anyway, not to get into that. But when we were married for 34 years before we divorced.
Wow.
I know it's an anomaly. This is kind of crazy.
Well, no, I mean,
there's later and later divorces.
Yeah, it's more common than you think, James. I mean, not to make you feel better.
Well, you
but
become an empty nester, and you're bored with each other.
Yeah, you become different people as time goes on, right?
Kids beat the hell out of you.
It became an institution.
Sure. Well, James,
that's a bad position to be in when your marriage is an institution. I mean,
yeah, but at least you're not a guy that's going to complain about it.
Well, no, but he has a right to be upset about his marriage of 34 years not working out. For God's sakes, you monster.
It could be this great personality.
Talk about your dad finger blasting your mother with BJ's surgical gloves. James is telling a personal story.
That's what we can't watch.
James, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. What the hell is going on?
What?
I don't know.
What? What's the matter? Okay. Just having a nice conversation about sex.
Shut up. So here's my other concern. Just thinking out loud here. The idea that fewer sexual partners makes for a happier marriage pre-marriage. Kimmy, there's a sexual wall you'll eventually hit as a couple.
Yeah.
Right? It's one of the first big tests of your marriage, right? Like big things where are you going to break through this sexual wall and continue to enjoy each other, or is this going to be something that buries the physical aspect of your life? And if you have very few to none sexual partners in your past, is someone in that relationship more likely to explore things outside of the marriage if they hit that sexual wall? And it goes back to the kid who never had a drink until college theory.
Yeah, then they go wild.
Yeah, good kids. They go off to school, they have one beer, and all of a sudden they're the worst drunk at the party. Is someone that has no sexual partners pre-marriage likely to experiment on their spouse if things get too mundane for them? And if not, would that cause problems down the road, resentment towards that other person?
If you don't ever figure it out, you're saying?
And again, I don't know what the answer is here, because there is an argument to be made for ignorance is bliss. Dedicating yourself to one person your entire life would mean that's all you ever know. I understand. You're right. That theory makes sense, Kim.
Yeah.
But this is information that isn't valuable to anyone that's already been married.
No.
Because you can't go back and take notches off of your bedpost.
No, you can't.
But
you is what you is.
But don't you think somebody that's been with multiple partners, if they hit that point in a marriage or relationship, may also be likely to go outside because that there's more out there, almost because there's more out there, you may be more likely to step out and do something than somebody that may be a little bit more hesitant to do that or scared because they don't know what's out there.
Very possible. It is a very possible thing. And here's the thing, the problem. There's no way to get an accurate representation of this question because folks that had 0, 1, 2 sexual partners before marriage think they did it the right way.
Yes.
Right? Most folks who...
They did what they were told.
Exactly. And most folks who do that are...
Save yourself a marriage.
Well, it's religious reasons. It's safety reasons. It's the idea that I'm going to commit myself to one person. Like, you had a belief in something. That's why you did it. And the folks that had multiple partners before marriage, 5, 10, 15, 20, whatever. In Tommy's mother's case, 4,000. You don't want to be called a whore. You don't want to be called a dirty person, so you're going to argue for the way you did it.
Okay.
So there's no way to get an accurate representation. Like, how many people are going to say, well, I made a mistake when I was a kid, and that's why it led to this? Very few people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I'm thinking the two scenarios you created, though, were the semi-celibate person that got into a marriage and then goes outside the marriage looking, and then the other guy that was, let's say, a guy, and he was like, he ran wild, settled down. I'm going to say the guy, to your point, that did it the right way, but now strays, is going to go wild.
You think so?
Because he's never had a taste of it.
Okay.
And he's not going to know how to handle it. It's like those Christian kids that got away from their parents, and they wanted to try everything all at once.
But I think Kimmy's argument a second ago is valid. Who's more likely to stray in the first place? You're right.
The player guy's going to cheat first.
Okay, so then that actually kills your argument.
But he's
from
not
earlier.
the worst guy out there. The
But
worst
you're
guy
saying
out
once
there.
it happens,
I'm going to
it's
say
unstoppable.
Yeah.
He's like Godzilla of Poon.
He's going to be like those bulls running in Spain. He's going to be goring everything.
I wonder, though, if you took the physical thing out of it, just getting to a tough point in your relationship where you're getting along with somebody, not having prior relationship experience may lead to bigger problems in that aspect, because I don't know how to I don't know how to get over a fight. I don't know, have we reached like the worst point in our relationship? I don't know, because I haven't hit that point with anybody else.
That's a great point.
It is. However, I do want to point out the study was not about relationships. The study was about sexual partners.
just-
They kind of go hand in hand.
Right, but
not
yeah.
for everybody.
Well, but I guess if you've never had that like a sexual partner before, you may not have gotten as deep into a relationship
There
before.
are people that have dated 2, 3, 4 years that never had sex with each other.
But don't you think, like,
Those people exist.
after getting to that physical point, it takes it to another level?
So you're now.
dude.
Are you saying then, Kimmy,
Yeah, buddy.
that if there are people listening right now that have been in relationships unmarried for 1, 2, 3 years, it's not a real relationship.
No,
it's a training wheels relationship.
It kind of is.
I don't think it's not
Man,
a
your
real
voice got so
relationship,
deep,
but I
Kimmy.
think I don't think it's not a real relationship. I just think that there's another part of it that you haven't navigated yet.
And like if you don't have any experience, you also don't know how to get rid of the bad you. The things you don't know how, you got to know your lane.
Okay.
And you have to know what you're good at and what you're not good at.
Okay.
And I don't think you get that by just sitting on the sidelines. I think you've got to go out and experience stuff.
Okay.
So like I wasn't a good husband in my first 2 marriages.
What?
And I got the bad husband out of me on those 2 women.
Okay.
So I'm a better husband. And I'm being serious.
I know
I know
what you're
what
saying.
you learned your lessons.
I am a far better husband. I did all the bad things on those other 2. And I got it out of my system. And I didn't know it was in my system until I got it out.
All right.
So I had to learn to be a better person.
But
I had to learn it.
And I appreciate that. And I agree with what you're saying.
I feel bad for those girls, kind of.
The problem
Now
with
you did them a favor.
Yeah, you did. But the problem with
Did
that,
I?
the problem with that is you had 2 failed marriages.
Yeah.
So this study doesn't apply because your marriage has failed.
Right, but if I would have stuck with that woman, my first wife,
Yeah.
she would have had a miserable life.
Unless you would have figured it out along the way.
Yeah, I guess
wouldn't.
you never know.
Okay. All right, you know.
I wouldn't, because I would have locked in and gotten lazy.
You're right. Not like today where you're out and, gallivanting and working hard and sitting in your leather chair talking for 4 hours a day
Yeah, 'cause
minus commercial breaks hard.
I would hope like you still would have grown up. You still would have grown as a person. Yeah,
No, I think I would have turned into
mind.
my father
take it
never,
back.
but my father never grew as a person.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think I would have just turned into my dad.
Like Tommy would be at BJ's right now buying pallets of plastic gloves.
Oh, yeah. Back them in, boys.
You talking to the gloves or? We got tickets to see comedian Bert Kreischer. 2 tickets to see his fully loaded comedy festival coming to the Darien Lake Amphitheater June 23rd, courtesy of Live Nations. Tickets go on sale this Friday, March 8th, 10 a.m. at livenation.com, but you can win them right now.
Now, finally.
Okay, calm down. You can't win them. You work on the show,
I know, but I'm pulling for the people.
Oh, yeah, you are a man of the people. People. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the 8th caller. Bert Kreischer tickets, Darien Lake. Friday, On sale 10 a.m. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Did you not know how we do this show? You're pushing your mic away before we tease it. Really oh, do you have to pee?
Yeah.
Huh.
Hey, bro, you better watch it, man. This ain't the young Tommy anymore. My prostate's shakier than a Brazilian soccer stadium.
What are you doing today? This fitness mainstay that is in the homes of millions of people across America has officially filed for bankruptcy.
Oh, no.
Next to the break room on CMF. This is a product of a bygone era, Tommy.
What's that?
Years where people decided they wanted to start to get in shape, but they didn't want to have to join a gym. They wanted to do it in the comfort and luxury of their own home.
Yeah.
And they were going to do it with this product that eventually became a coat rack for all of the stuff they didn't want to wear. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We have a winner for the Bert Kreischer tickets. Kimmy, who's going to see Bert Kreischer?
Pete!
Enjoy it, Pete.
Listen, if you did not win, that is okay. We will have more Bert Kreischer tickets for you later this week.
Okay.
Also, you can win something right now.
Like what?
Brit Floyd, the world's greatest live Pink Floyd experience, returns to West Her Auditorium Theater March 19th with Pulse, their biggest production to date, featuring classic Pink Floyd tracks from The Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Wish You Were Here, Animals, The Division Bell, and Metal. Right now, you can head to the contest page, WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win pair of tickets, plus VIP meet and greet and soundcheck experience for two, featuring a performance of two classic songs not in the show, tour lanyards, early access to merch, and more. A prize valued at $300.
What?
If you can't wait to win, tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com, but you can go to WCMF.com and win something that way.
Yeah, jump on it.
With your friends in the break room on CMF. Yesterday, Bowflex filed for bankruptcy.
Man, that's still around?
Well, apparently they were until yesterday.
Man, I haven't heard that name in 20 years.
So Bowflex was at its highest popularity in the mid-1990s.
And I'm guessing that thing wasn't cheap.
I remember seeing all those infomercials.
Yeah.
Kimmy, can you Google what the Bowflex cost in the 1990s? Maybe they probably still sell them now. What it would cost you to put a Bowflex in your house?
I think that they make other products, or they made other products along
but
with
you know
the
what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the original, it was a weight bench up with bands.
Yeah. And it looked like a bow and arrow all the way around. So, like, Kimmy, you brought up those infomercials. My favorite part about those Bowflex infomercials back in the day was, one, it was pretty much porn. Two, if you wanted more information on the Bowflex, more than the 30-minute infomercial they were giving you, you could call a phone number and they would send you a VHS tape.
Yeah, so you could sit and watch it at the comfort of your home.
Yes. And the infomercials were hilarious.
Yes.
But apparently they were effective because, Tommy, there were tens of thousands of these things in homes across America.
Damn.
Did the Bowflex actually work?
It did for that one guy. It was ripped in only 10 minutes a day.
Well, like, the knock on the at-home gym stuff was, like, a lot of it never worked.
Yeah.
But for some people, it would have worked had you used it.
Right. I mean, I guess if you apply, yes, if you apply yourself, it worked. But how many people did that?
Well, not many, because, again, you don't see a lot of people like, look how jacked I am, all thanks to the Bowflex. Kimmy, what was the Bowflex, what did it cost back in there?
When did it cost back then?
What do we got now?
So it looks like you could get this looks like a traditional Bowflex at either Walmart or Target for about a grand.
God, $1,000.
They have like higher end ones, but yeah, like just the standard one looks like it's about $1,000.
That's actually pretty affordable compared to other at-home workout stuff. Like a Peloton, at one point they were like, what, $2,500, $3,000?
Yeah, you get a bunch of, like a legitimate, like, French speed bike.
Yeah, but you can't ride that inside your house, stupid. At least
you
not
have
for
somebody
long.
hold up the back wheel, and that'll get you in shape. The other one I remember was Nordic Track.
Yep, okay.
That was the other big one that was super expensive.
I never understood Nordic Track.
Because you were basically skiing. You were like cross-country skiing,
yeah.
right?
That's
like,
still out too.
It
they
is.
Still have I've
That
seen
looks
commercials for that.
Those are expensive.
Because they were made out of wood. My
Right.
family in my neighborhood had a Nordic Track and it was right in their living room. But like the idea of Nordic Track, let's take the most boring sport and take away the scenery.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck.
Yeah, because back in the day, you just did this to nothing.
And again, I never saw anyone use that Nordic Track in my friend's house. There were always coats hanging on it.
You're the only person I knew that knew anybody that had one of those goddamn things.
And here's the thing: the family wasn't like rich. You know what I mean? Like it was astonishing to see. It looked like an old boat, like it was made out of wood. I'm not even kidding. Okay, so if we're gonna talk about a power ranking of the name brand at home workout stuff, like Bowflex would be up there, the Nordic Track would be up there. The one that has to be in the most homes in America,
What's that?
or had to at one point, the Thigh Master.
Oh yeah. Made her rich.
Suzanne Summers.
Yeah.
And it turns out the Thigh Master actually didn't do anything for you.
No. Well, it made you look ridiculous.
But like with the Nordic Track, it was going to get you in shape if you used it. It sounds like the Bowflex would get you in shape if you used it. Folks that used the Thigh Master were doing all that for nothing.
And by the way, what was the hook? It was Suzanne Summers with her legs spread on national television.
Yeah, it
was every guy's fantasy, right?
It always turned into porn.
Right.
It always ended up being just dirty things to watch in the middle of
And
the
she
night.
was somebody that you grew up with.
Yeah.
She was the sexy dumb blonde. That was her hook.
With the Peloton becoming less and less successful, like they're in serious trouble right now from the stories that we've been seeing. There's what's that mirror called, Kimmy, where you're working out?
I think it's just called the Mirror,
Okay.
but it was bought by like Lululemon or something.
That makes sense. Now, we don't know how well that's doing. It seems that people are they move back towards the in-home workout stuff during COVID. That made sense. You couldn't go to the gym, but we're starting to fall away from that again. And you actually saw a story that gyms are teaming with one of their most unlikely allies to get people back.
So they're saying that those people are taking those Ozempic pens.
The ones you shoot in your stomach to lose weight.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not for losing weight. It's something else. It's not what it's designed for.
Yeah, it's diabetes medication.
Something like that, right? But now they're finding out people are losing weight. So gyms are seeing this, and they're trying to, like, partner up with this drug company to push people to get back into gyms if you're losing weight with the Ozempic. Because there are celebrities that are admitting, that's how I dropped all this weight.
Well, you brought up Kelly Clarkson, you brought up Oprah.
Oprah, both have admitted, this is what I do.
Okay.
So now you're going to have a drug company pairing up with some kind of a gym or something.
Well, I mean, insurance companies have been doing this for years where they'll offer you discounts at the gym based on whatever insurance you have, right? Some people go to the gym for free based on some of the insurance companies that they have. But it is strange. Like, hey, we're not going to try and sell you stuff at home anymore.
Yeah.
We're going to do what we can to get you back into this gym. Also, here's this drug that isn't meant for this.
But it's kind of weird because I'm taking this drug because I don't want to do anything to lose weight. I just want to take – it's like the magic pill. If I'm losing weight, taking it, I don't feel like going to the gym and killing myself. An injection. Look at me. I'm good.
Yeah, you're looking for the quick fix, right?
Yes.
So.
Don't you want to be jacked, though? You can lose weight. That Ozempic ain't going to put
I think you could get jacked on this. They'll show you the jack needle next.
So I'm looking at this old Bowflex commercial because I could not find the cost.
Okay.
And all it says is $33 a month.
Oh,
for
yeah.
as low as $33 a month, but it doesn't say how many months.
Don't care.
Some guys are still paying.
252 WCMF yesterday. Bowflex filed for bankruptcy. The irony of the bankruptcy, they said coming out of COVID.
Yeah.
That's what buried them.
Sure.
Right? So, like, we can assume they saw a giant gain in sales when everyone was at home, and much like we found out about Peloton, after everything was over, it was done.
So I am starting to see some retreads of some older ones that I remember, like my parents had, that are coming back around. So there's one, it's like, it's bicycle pedals.
Yeah.
But you just sit it on the floor, and when you're watching TV, you can pedal. And it shows like people like my age and older, like doing it. And I remember my mother had one of these, like, in the 70s.
Does that work?
Of course not. I mean, you're just sitting there pedaling slowly.
I guess some movement's better than nothing.
Which is basically it. But like, they're gonna tell you, like, Carol from Des Moines lost 50 pounds with the sitting pedal.
You know what else has come back? The ab wheel. You remember that?
So is that the one you rolled out and back and forth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's a ton of people I know that have that ab wheel. And
So it's one wheel and two handles. And you kind of like stretch out and you pull back.
You got it.
It's like doing a plank, but you're rolling back and forth.
That's exactly what
I've
it
seen
is.
those at gyms. Like they never got rid of them.
They
They've
can't
always been
work,
there.
man.
Well, I don't know. Like that was what was it called? It was like blue. It had that.
Yeah.
It looked like a more complicated version of it. And they sold a ton of those things in the mid '90s too.
But it's got to be crap.
The ab crusher, ab roller, ab something.
Yeah, they had the ab. What was it? The ab coach or something. It was like a bar thing.
Yeah, my parents had that.
back and
And as
forth.
kids, you just end up playing with it. Like
Right.
it gets used more by your kids for the wrong reasons than the adults who bought it to actually get in shape.
But your dad has great abs. I mean, it's based on
I
his
never saw
endorsement.
my dad use that.
But I mean, it's like every generation has their batch of suckers that they can sell this stuff to.
You say that everybody's tweeting at us the shake weight right now.
Oh, I forgot about the shake weight.
That is the most perverted ad of all time.
Like there can't be people that still have that.
But you talk about softcore porn. That's it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, she's literally sitting there shaking it with this big smile on her face, and they never smile when they're doing that, man. That's acting.
We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Oh, my goodness gracious. The old Wednesday hump day Rapperoo.
For Wednesday break room CMF. That makes tomorrow Thursday. You know what that means.
We're going to start bitching it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you and a whole bunch of more fun stuff. But I'm already getting the look from Kimmy, so we got to get out of the way.
All right.
For Kimmy.
Yep.
Who used her dad's ab roller all the time, and now she's got dynamite abs.
Yeah, but she used it on her chest.
How would that even work?
Okay, you don't think through the joke. It's funny. It's like flat. That was a joke. You flat.
If I get beat up all day, I don't question it.
He's been mad ever since the cowboy boot discussion this morning.
We came out of the break because I'm going to be at Boot Barn. We came out of the start of the show.
Buckaroo Pat's heading down to the Boot Barn this weekend.
I'm going to be at the Boot Barn in Henrietta from 11 to 1 on Saturday. And I was in there yesterday meeting all the folks who work there.
The
very
booters.
nice people. And they have a ton of workwear there. That's why, I was wearing Carhartt in that video.
Yeah.
You might have saw. But they have a massive selection of cowboy boots. And I had asked.
Like legit style cowboy.
Yeah, no, like cowboy boots.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe more guys are wearing cowboy boots than we thought. And Tommy freaked out.
Well, I just questioned. All I said was, I don't see many around. And then where do you go? You don't do nothing. You're so lame. You live in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, why would you see cowboy boots in Pittsburgh?
Because they have a lot of horses. People ride equestrian. They jump.
But they they wear equestrian boots for that. They're not ranching. They're like jumping the horses over white sticks for some reason. Is that a berm? Let me jump my horse over that.
White sticks.
Like, I would be worried.
Yeah, different kind of boot.
Yeah. I'd be worried to put a berm in my yard in case giant horses start jumping over it in Pittsburgh. For Tommy Muley, who's very anti-cowboy boot.
I'm not anti-cowboy boot.
Anti-American. I just want to say one thing before we go. God bless America. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.